Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the February 12th, 2025 City Council meeting. I actually want to start off by recognizing that this will be the 60th anniversary of the Canadian flag. And to commemorate, we are going to be flagging the Albert Street Bridge February 15th to the end of February to recognize that. And in light of the geopolitical scene of the world today, I think it's timely that we do this and to recognize this in that way. So next, I want to acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of council and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure your video camera and microphone are turned off. And when speaking, please remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. So to start, can I please have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? It will be to add the registered list of delegations with the addition of delegation DE 25-17, James Topinka from the Regina Flying Club. Tabled item CR 24-93, Transportation Master Plan Progress Report. And bylaw number 2025-10, the lead Affordable Access Municipal Property Tax Deferral Program Bylaw 2025. That is a mouthful. Can I have someone please motion to approve that? Councillor Flores, thank you. And a seconder, please. Councillor Burton, I think was, Councillor Burton was first. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Now, can I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the January 29th and February 5th, 2025 City Council meetings with the following corrections. For the January 29th, 2025 minutes, in item number CR 24-10, add the words in quotes or delegate, following the name Sean Chase. And for the February 5th, 2025 minutes, correct item number CR 25-11 to CR 25-12. Can I get a motion? Oh, thank you. And seconder, please. Councillor Fro. Sorry, Councillor Radins and Councillor Fro. I will call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, we're now going to consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items included in it. The consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items: CR 25-13, 2025 budget overview. So I'm now going to ask if any member wishes to remove the item from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. So in that case, I'm going to ask to have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Councillor Fro and a seconder. Councillor Radins. Any opposed? And carried. Okay. We'll now move on to considering public hearing and public bylaws, public notice bylaws, and I'm going to ask Acting Deputy Mayor Fro to do first reading of the following bylaws: 2025-5, 2025-6, 2025-7.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bertrand, that bylaws number 2025-5, 2025-6, and number 2025-7 be introduced and read a first time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fro. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
It's Councillor Zaginiak. I am not logged into boardroom yet, so I'll have to verbally vote for now, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Mayor. First reading passes in a vote of 10-0 with all members present voting in favor. For the record, Councillor Mancinelli is away from today's meeting.
Thank you. So I'll call upon the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of these bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor. Council will now consider the following bylaws which require this public hearing. Number 2025-5, to rezone a portion of property at 5080 Louvain Drive from residential urban zone to residential low-rise zone. Number 2025-6, to rezone a portion of property at 2100 Gary Street from urban holding zone to industrial light zone and holding overlay zone. And bylaw number 2025-7, to rezone property at 1876 Wallace Street from residential low-rise to mixed low-rise zone. If there is anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on any of these three bylaws, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Mayor.
Thank you. So I will now have Acting Deputy Mayor Fro. Can you please do second reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Turnbull, that bylaws number 2025-5, number 2025-6, and number 2025-7 be read a second time.
Thank you. Does any member of council have questions? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Okay,
Councillor Zakiniak?
thank you. I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Just give- Mayor, the second reading passes 10-0.
Thank you. Acting Deputy Mayor Fro, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Flores, that council hereby consent to the bylaws number 2025-5, number 2025-6, and number 2025-7 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. And I will ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Zakiniak, can you give your...
In favor.
Thank you.
Mayor, unanimous consent to proceed to third reading at this meeting has been achieved with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. Acting Deputy Mayor Fro, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Radens, that bylaws number 2025-5, 2025-6, and 2025-7 be read a third time.
Thank you, and I will ask the clerk to start the vote. And go ahead, Councillor Zakiniak.
In favor.
Thank you.
Mayor, third reading is passed 10-0.
Thank you very much. Okay. So we're now going to move on to delegations related to MN 25-1. So I'm going to call upon Delegation D 25-12, Scott Rodnetz. If you want to come on up to the delegation spot there. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and what city, town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you.
Perfect.
So I will get your mic's already on, so go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. Scott Rodonitz, representing Creos Aviation, Saskatchewan Aviation Council, and the Canadian Business Aviation Association. Your Worship, members of council, and fellow community leaders, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you as a professional pilot an aviation advocate, and a representative of Creos Aviation, a company deeply committed to the success of the Regina International Airport and broader aviation sector. Our airport is more than just a transportation hub. It's a vital economic driver for business, trade, and emergency services for this region. In recent years, under James Bogus's leadership, the Regina Airport Authority has worked tirelessly to transform this facility into a growing center of aviation excellence. This wasn't always the case. Having worked through this, we've been through some dark times at that airport. It's definitely a bright future looking ahead. Our airport faced significant challenges in the past. However, through strategic investment, strong leadership, and a shared vision, we've witnessed remarkable progress. We've heard a lot about it: expanded commercial routes, increased cargo, and military training operations. Key infrastructure investments that we're proud to be a part of with Creos Aviation have positioned the Regina International Airport as a critical driver of economic growth. James and his team have been relentless in advocating for this airport, securing funding and demonstrating that it's worth investing in. Thanks to these efforts, we have a thriving aviation ecosystem that benefits not just the commercial airlines, but all sectors of the aviation community. This progress has been a collective effort. In recent notes, the City of Regina has been a key partner in advocating for the international status designation and making sure that that remained. Supporting NAV Canada's high level of control services. Your leadership has helped strengthen the airport's position within this national airspace system. However, the progress that we've made is fragile. Runway 1331 is the main artery of aviation for Regina, handling the vast majority of air traffic. It's essential for business operations, emergency services, and regional connectivity. Allowing development to encroach on this critical airspace threatens and undermines the years of investment and risks compromising the airport's ability to function effectively. Across North America, we've seen this. As a pilot myself, I've been through a number of communities where there's been major changes due to noise concerns. Edmonton City Centre Airport was a key airport for the aeromedical services. That airport is no longer there. A lot of that had to do with unchecked urban development. The Billy Bishop Airport in Toronto faces severe challenges. That's an airport that is very difficult to get in and out of now with many of the restrictions. I know it's not a Canadian airport, but the Santa Monica Airport, a key location in that area, is being shut down in 2028. And even major hubs like the Toronto, Pearson, and the Ottawa International Airport struggle with noise-related constraints that limit the growth and things that I see on a daily basis. We must learn from these examples instead of repeating them. Short-term zoning decisions should not jeopardize the long-term sustainability of the airport. At Creos Aviation, we see firsthand how essential this airport is, not just for the commercial flights, but for on-demand cargo service, or on-demand aviation services, cargo, logistics, military training, with a mega investment happening in our region that is going to increase traffic, and additionally life-saving aviation services, including air ambulance and STARS. Businesses lose access, investment slows, and Regina's economic future is put at risk if we don't manage these properly. This council has already demonstrated strong leadership in supporting the airport, and we urge you to continue that support by safeguarding these airspace and allow us to thrive and grow. Regina and airports need each other, but smart planning ensures we grow together without compromising the infrastructure that connects us to the world. I urge you to make the right decision today in supporting Regina's airport, its businesses, and its long-term economic trajectory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodnitz. You can stay there in the chair, and then I'll ask if anybody on council has any question for the delegation. Councillor Siklees, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. As a pilot, can you give us a bit of a flavor of how important it is to ensure that there's no restrictions on the runways of today and the planned runways of tomorrow, which I think will be longer?
Well, I appreciate the question. It's vital. I said airports, traditionally we have noise abatement concerns. We have a lot of things that are taken in to make sure that our environmental footprint, our noise footprint is low. But Regina, as we've all known, we've got the winds. We need to have access to, and Regina for years, 1331 is the main runway. Right. I said if we lose access to that runway, that is a decision between able to land in Regina and having to go to a place like Saskatoon, Medicine Hat, Yorkton, a lot of our feeder secondary airports to be able to do that. So it is critical to have access to that main runway.
And Creos operates a hangar here as well as in Saskatoon, is that
We
correct?
do. So Creos Aviation, Saskatchewan-based company, so originated out of Saskatoon. In 2019, we opened our facility in Regina, a mega investment based on the direction of what the airport is doing. We have grown leaps and bounds, and we're happy to say that we're at full occupancy in Regina, and we're looking to make some further expansion and employ some more people at the Regina Airport.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Zakiniak. Go ahead.
Hi, Scott. Thank you for coming today. So I heard, you know, your discussion in relation to the airport and the importance of the airport. But I just wanted to check in to see that, because it's gotten a little convoluted. This airport conversation in terms of this buffer zone for the airport, this is still an ongoing conversation. So I just wanted to make sure it was clear that what we're talking about today is specific to this application on Queen Street, not about whether or not we should have an expanded noise buffer for the airport. Is that something that you were aware of?
Definitely aware of. Obviously, we have concerns anytime there's development in and or around those areas for the airport. We've just seen from history that, you know, additional development on these areas puts more constraints on it. So we understand that this is specific, but I think it speaks to a larger issue that we have to discuss about increasing that development on these important flight paths.
Yeah, and you're right. That's an important conversation. We'll be having that. Now, and also in terms of this, you know, and as I said, this has gotten a little confusing because it's first we're talking about just making a decision, reconsidering, tabling it. So, and one of the reasons for the reconsideration, I do have a question, is that the rationale is it's important for us to just make a decision and not table something to an indefinite time period in the future. So are you supportive of us just making a decision one way or the other today? That's what's being proposed. That was the question.
Do you have thoughts on that, or?
Do I have thoughts on that? No, I don't. I'm here speaking on behalf of Creos Aviation. We want
Right.
you to make this decision. You ultimately, I respect the council and the mayor and their decision, but I want them to understand our concerns.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I was saying. So it sounds like you are supportive of us just making a decision one way or the other, not just delaying this. Let's just make a decision today. I think I heard you say, yes, that sounds good to you, whether or not we agree on the decision, but that we should just make one.
Understood.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Rasevich. Go ahead.
Hey, Scott. I guess I drove by there last night because I wanted to kind of evaluate or look at the property myself, you know, because you got the airport, you know, you got the green area, you got the Louvain, you know, you got some more open land, you got Queen and Parliament, which is a busy intersection. It's pretty busy. And it's fairly busy, you know, and I'm thinking, you know, I think I looked at the maps where it's decibels, the noise right now, and it falls within the range. I'm kind of looking at that, and then I was kind of looking at other properties that exist already. You know, I guess my question is, well, the ones that exist already, I mean, is that a problem? In your mind, is that a problem?
No, it's a very valid argument. I think it has to do with the density of these spaces. As we introduce more and more people into these areas, the likelihood of those discussions become more enhanced. There's additional opportunities. Yes, I said the airport has existed alongside these communities for a number of years. The discussion that we're talking about is in increasing that density is going to increase that. It'll allow for more opportunities for vocal opposition to it. And you know what? The airport is continuing to expand. That is, I'm not going to speak on behalf of Mr. Bogus, but that is our goal, is to have more and more traffic. You know, I urge council to look at what's happening only 50 miles to the west with an investment from the federal government into a mega future air crew training and what effects that's going to have on the Regina airspace. It's we're making an investment as a business, knowing that this is going to be a busier area. This is an airport that's critical for training, for infrastructure, cargo. That's one of our main pieces that we deal with on a daily basis. There's more interest in having increased cargo activity into these areas. So we're thinking, we want to be forward thinking in this and understanding that if we're going to put higher density communities or allow for this development around these airports, along with additional air traffic, this is not a recipe that I think we want to have to deal with 20 years down the road. So that's what we just want you to consider. Our goal is to expand the airport.
Okay, and I guess my next question actually was, I mean, because that's a flight path coming in, right? I mean, I wouldn't see the airport expanding to the, I guess, to the east. I mean, if it's going to expand, it'd probably extend to the west, I would assume, or to the south,
Yeah.
right?
We're just talking specifically on that specific runway, which is the main runway for Regina. It's just increased traffic on that runway. And, you know, the times that are noted, you know, what we see at a lot of other airports is restrictions into the evenings, into the early mornings. Those are critical times for not only the commercial business, but for the GA sector, for what we're doing with training that's upcoming at Moose Jaw, Portage, and how that affects Regina. Cargo is one that's an early morning, late night activity, and we're going to see increased activity on that. So we just want to make sure council's aware of that from our perspective as an operating business in Regina.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Thanks for being here. You had mentioned the Kingsway Airport and then also the City Centre Airport in Toronto. And do you know if they were actually shut down for noise complaints reasons? I'm just asking because the Kingsway has a NASCAR hosted out of there and it's way noisier than any airplanes have ever been. So it just, something isn't adding up in those comparisons.
So the Kingsway Airport?
Like in Edmonton, the city center one?
Yeah, the city center.
Because that was on Kingsway Road,
Okay,
right?
sorry, yeah, I just referred to it as, the city center. Yeah. Specifically, those are development decisions from my understanding.
So
having
not
flown in.
noise decisions?
Development concerns and noise issues.
Yeah,
is my
because
understanding.
NASCAR is hosted out of that city center one, and
Is it?
that, yeah, and it's very noisy.
Yeah,
So
I
I just
can
don't think
imagine.
those examples necessarily are painting the picture you want them to.
Okay.
But, and I guess I just want to understand this correctly, and you can confirm this for me. So the issue, because we're not proposing to get in the way of this runway. So the concern is if we build more around the airport, there would be more people to be upset about the noise, and that could come back and cause an issue? Is that the concern?
There's understandings about development directly around there, but changing some of the guidelines around existing developments and, you know, having more dense populations in those areas.
Sure, because it's not the height, because hotels can be built around airports, and they are all the time.
Yep.
So the concern is the fear of future complaints of being near the airport? Is that the concern?
That would be a concern of mine, yes.
Okay, was that the major concern, or is there another concern?
Well, the concern for myself would be noise concerns and limitations in terms of what I've seen at airports in terms of restrictions in flight times and, you know, hours of operations in which aircraft can operate unrestricted into those airports. So future concerns, for sure.
Yeah, and so, again, to be clear, so that would be the restrictions, the fear of the restrictions developing as a result of complaints over the noise.
Clear, correct.
So it's really a fear-based concern that people will be upset, right?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other, oh, sorry, I see Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Just through the chair, thank you for being here. From what you recently said, that concern about noise that might be come out of more density. My question is, so there are residents there, like there are people who live around there, and we're not looking to move those residences. So if the concern is potential future residents being upset about noise, what stops the current residents or the to-come residents to those areas, if people were to sell their houses, etc., to have those same concerns? Because it's not, the area is not undeveloped that we're looking to bring residences there, rather just add on to that. So what would stop the current residents from having those concerns in the future?
You're right. I said the airport and the city have lived together for a long time. I'm just asking City Council to consider, at least from our perspective, and there may be some other speakers in favor of this or not, about compounding that issue by just increasing that density. I think that's our major concern. I said we want Regina to expand. We know it's going to expand. We just want to be aware of what we see as the future of the Regina Airport, that is going to continue to grow, and compounding that high density space in and around the airport, from what I've seen, is going to cause concerns in the future.
So what would be an acceptable level of, in your view, of adding residences there, or, because there is empty spaces, right? So what's an acceptable, in your view, way to have residences there?
Oh boy, I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that question. I just, I think it needs to be just considered with your future and what decisions you guys need to make. Just want you to consider our opinion.
For sure. I appreciate that. Thank you so
thank
much.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you for coming today, and you can head back to the gallery.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call upon delegation D25-13, Poppy Katranakis. Hope I said that right. Sorry if I didn't. So yeah, come on up to the delegation booth there. You can introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, where you live, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions.
Thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Poppy Katranakis, and my home is located in the vicinity that would be directly affected by these proposed changes. I stand here against the motion to reconsider the previous council decision regarding CR 24-108, which pertains to the zoning bylaw amendment, official community plan amendment, and discretionary use for 4125 and 4129 Queen Street. In the council meeting held on October the 9th, 2024, extensive discussions took place regarding the proposal, leading to the conclusion that a decision should be postponed to facilitate additional discussions and analysis concerning potential restrictions and their effects on the area. A supplemental report was deemed necessary, as the council lacked sufficient information to reach a well-informed decision. The properties in question are located near the Regina International Airport and are affected by any decisions regarding limitations on residential development as highlighted in the CR 24-120 proposal. Council ought to reaffirm its earlier decision to gather all essential information before reaching any informed conclusions. Considering the substantial effects on the airport highlighted during the October council meeting, it is imperative for city administration to conduct thorough discussions and assess potential impacts prior to making any decisions. To bypass the request for a supplemental report solely to facilitate the proposed development of 18 units, relying on existing policies and discretionary approvals, undermines the importance of conducting thorough due diligence as mandated by city administration. This process is essential for supplying council with the comprehensive information necessary for informed review and consideration. Rushing to a decision that could affect the Regina International Airport, a vital economic asset for our city, is inadvisable. The motion to reconsider lacks any new or persuasive information that would justify this request. The councillor who initiated this motion attended the meeting on October the 9th and actually supported the decision to postpone the item until the supplemental report could be presented to City Council. What accounts for this shift in position? I strongly urge City Council to uphold the decision made on October the 9th regarding the tabling of CR 24-108 for 4125 and 4129 Queen Street and the associated request for a supplemental report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for coming today. In your experience as a homeowner or resident close to the proposed development, leaving aside the airport for a second, I'm wondering what further consultation you'd like to see and what the outcome of that consultation might be.
Well, I know we were able to submit comments, and we had a public information session, and it was all against this development. So I have a petition that was signed by 95 residents, and I shared with the mayor and yourself, and we are strongly opposed against this development. We are absolutely open to having a developer come in and develop a single-family home on each lot, no problem. But this particular development, we are absolutely opposed to.
So, through the chair, Is it a matter of reaffirming your opposition to the development and your preference for sort of single detached homes? Or is it a matter for sort of additional community consultation? Just to clarify, please.
Yes, additional community consultation would be appreciated. I think you'll get the same responses as you did the first round, but yes, it would be appreciated that we have our voices heard.
Okay. Last question to the chair. In the petitions that you gathered, and thank you for sending them, you had a part there where residents could check off if they had been engaged from the city or received a consultation sort of package, and many indicated that they hadn't. Had you yourself received it, and what was your experience with the consultation associated with this development process?
Yes, we did receive it, as we are going to be right next door to this proposed development. My experience is it was just delivered. No one came around to ask us or anything about it, potentially. I did attend the information session, voiced my concerns to the administration and the developer at that time, and just made it a priority to contact or to go around the neighborhood and make sure everyone was aware of this development that's happening and these zoning bylaw changes that would affect everybody in our neighborhood, and they were very appreciative.
One of the some of the concerns that you raised, as I understand it, were about parking and safety and property values. Is there anything that could potentially be done by the developer and or supported by our community that would ease those concerns and make the development as proposed palatable for you?
No, not really.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. I'll go to Councillor Zakidniak. Oh, Councillor Zakidniak, I saw your hand up. Do you still have a question?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Okay. So I will go to Councillor Burton.
Thank you. So through the chair, I just a couple questions. The first one is, how long have you lived in the neighborhood, and what were you looking for in your neighborhood when you went to buy your house? Were you looking for multifamily? Were you looking for single-family residences? What was what were you looking for when you were out buying?
So we've lived in the home for over 45 years, so it's always been single-family homes, and that's what we, especially when it used to be a dead end there, and so as soon as the extension happened to Parliament Avenue, we absolutely expected single-family home development to begin right away, actually. So we were, it's actually surprising that it hasn't happened already, and we would be open to it, but we never expected, this densification to happen right next door to us, a single-family home situated between a care home on the one side and then our home on the other side. These three buildings to be built in.
Right. So this, through the chair, this would negatively impact you as people, at some point, you've been there a long time, you downsize, it would affect your property value significantly, the character of your house, the character of the neighborhood that you bought. And through the chair, do you feel like this is almost like a little bit of bait and switch, that you bought this with some expectations about what you wanted, and suddenly now, surprise?
Well, like I said, we've been there for 45 years. I wasn't the original purchaser of the home, but I was born and raised in that home, and that was the intent. And I know things have changed since when it was originally, built and bought, but the intent of the neighborhood, ideally is to remain like that, and that's what new neighbors are coming in expecting as well.
Through the chair, one last question there. From your answers, it doesn't appear that you're anti-development.
No.
That you're just anti-18-unit development.
Right beside our home.
That's significant, beside your single-family house.
Correct.
That even if somebody used the R1 development and put in a laneway suite, that would be magnitudes better than an 18 units.
Single-family homes is absolutely, it would round out the neighborhood very nicely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go to Councillor Siklees.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Hi, Poppy. Thank you for coming. We've spoken a little bit about this before, but I was just thinking, the amount of garbage that an 18-unit development might create, where would that go? Do you have any indication of that?
So the proposed drafts show commercial-sized waste management bins in the back that would be up against our backyard fence. the plans don't actually indicate the third food and yard waste bin that's expected to be in place by July 1st of this year. And so those will be right up against our backyard fence. So we will be, smelling it, the litter. Every time it gets emptied, it'll get pushed back into our fence. So we're going to have to deal with that every single day.
Yeah, because that's 24/7, not once
Correct.
every 2 weeks.
Correct. On top of any potential rummaging, dumpster fires, dumping of oversized items.
Yeah. My second question is, what did you hear about the parking with respect to 18 units being built there?
My understanding is that there is a draft of 18 spaces in the back that the developer is proposing. Again, the space is quite constrained, so it would require the residents of those units to park with precision. And that does not account for, any additional vehicles, and that's just assuming that they all have one vehicle, which is kind of rare, but then also visitors and guests that would have to park on the street. Or in the alley, I don't know,
Yeah.
which is not allowed.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, hey Poppy.
Hi.
So I drove by there yesterday, so I kind of wanted to get a feel of the area, and, now I know where you live. So there's that, I guess a care home?
Yes.
Is that what it is, a care home?
Correct.
So, because what I'm thinking, like, if you're going north of the care home, and you got all that property, because like you said, when your parents or somebody bought that bungalow, it was a dead end.
Right,
And now it's all connected and it's busy.
yes.
Like,
absolutely.
it's busy,
It's very
like,
busy.
real busy. And I'm like thinking, like you said, things have changed.
Yes.
And so to the north of that care home, you tell me what you think, I guess, but I think I would find it hard to see a bunch of bungalows being built there with families want to be like those busy intersections. What are your thoughts?
I'm not, my guess, recommendation was the two lots specifically next to us.
Yep.
Aside from, north of the care home, probably not. Yes,
Yep.
it does get too busy, but
Yep.
the business doesn't start north of the care home. It starts well before that.
No, I hear you, because,
So-
I'm thinking what you're thinking.
Could I
you know?
see it? Potentially,
Yep,
but
yep.
I know that's up to your guys'
Yep, no,
discretion.
for
but,
sure, for sure.
Definitely to round that space between us and the
Yep,
care home.
yep.
It makes sense, and it would fit
Yep.
with the neighborhood.
No, I'm kind of, I just wanted to see what you thought, because I agree with you, because, you have intersections that are busy.
Yes.
You have transit, it's good to have some density there, it does it sort of makes sense, but I see what you're saying. Okay, you answered my question, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Radens?
Thank you for being here. So in the 45 years that you've lived in this area, do you have any concerns about the noise?
It's something that I lived with for my whole life, so you don't necessarily get used to it, you just deal with it. But yes, it is a concern when you have to stop midway your discussions daily to talk to anybody. It can get, affects you. Now with the increased traffic of the airport, yeah, we hear it a lot more. We definitely can see all the flights coming definitely over our home every single day, multiple times a day. So yes, it is distracting.
Part of this is, would you be okay with having a single-family dwelling versus high-density buildings put up in that area currently?
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I see no further questions, so thank you very much for coming. You can head back to the gallery. We'll next call up Delegation D 25-17, James Topinka. You can come on up to the delegation box there. When you get up there, please go ahead and introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, what city, town you reside in, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, and after which you'll have an opportunity to respond to any questions that Council has. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, everyone, for allowing the time in this discussion. It's, again, just in regards to what we're speaking about, the council decision on the zoning bylaw amendment for the use of those two properties. Now, the Regina Flying Club is a not-for-profit flying club and pilot training organization located at the Regina International Airport. So we recognize that we work with an amazing organization, the Regina Airport Authority, which operates the Regina International Airport with extreme professionalism and a care to make its operations better each day. We, as a business at the airport, rely on the awareness and diligence that the RAA takes as a custodian and advocate for aviation operations within our city. Their memorandum of understanding that was reached with the city regarding the land use in 2021, their continued collaborative science-based research initiatives are representative for all businesses that are located at YQR. We are in full support of and appreciate the stance the RAA has taken for aviation and municipal cooperation. What we're speaking about today is ensuring that there's a landscape to maintain current service levels with room for growth, by taking a proactive, research-based approach to land development in and around the economic engine that our airport is, will allow all of Regina to flourish. So with that in mind, the Regina Flying Club respectfully requests that council defers any decision on the Queen Street application until after such time as the issues related to land use and zoning near the airport are resolved. The Regina Flying Club is one of the oldest flying institutions in Canada. We were founded in 1927. We've been training pilots for just about 100 years. We have our centennial coming up in a couple, and be a good tourism event here in Regina as well. And so our greatest desire is to continue for the next 100 and beyond in Regina. To do so, we need to grow and to meet the national need for pilots while providing more jobs and training opportunities for Regina people. And guess what? We are growing. Currently providing approximately 15,000 movements a year. All right. RFC already represents a substantial portion of activity at YQR. This helps keep services like NAV Canada, we know what happened, but it helps keep services like NAV Canada engaged with acceptable levels of activity. 15,000 movements means flying overhead through proper landing path approaches, 1331, and areas around the airport a lot. Creating greater population densities in these specific areas will negatively affect our ability to operate a pilot school. It's important to businesses, it's important to the business of training the next generation pilots that YQR continues to be able to function unfettered. And this can be helped through coordinated and cooperative growth and land development strategies that take advantage of solid fact-based research and lessons other communities, like Scott had mentioned earlier, that they've already learned. We can learn from their experiences. We don't have to go through this. Simply put, it's a delicate game of dominoes, guys. It's better left without that first one being toppled, and that's what we're talking about today.
Thank you, Mr. Topinka. Topinka?
Yeah, Topinka.
Thank you. Okay, we have a question. Councillor Siklees, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Hi, James.
Hi.
You mentioned NAV Canada. You said, we know what happened.
Mm-hmm. Do we all know what happened?
Can you expound on that a little bit?
So there was the issues of international designation and then also of the expanded services that NAV Canada gives us with air traffic control that's necessary for all of the types of flying that we want to do and the times of service and everything else in that regard. And so you're required to, a lot of what NAV Canada measures in their levels of service is dictated by how many movements, how many flights, how busy your airport is, how much service they're going to give you. And it's a national not-for-profit and everything else that way. So it really is developed by the amount of service that you need, they'll provide, but you have to demonstrate that you need that service. And so when I'm speaking about dominoes, if you're not having that level of busyness, of that level of activity, then you might lose levels of service, which would in turn lose levels of activity, and it puts you down that downward path to what Scott was saying. It wasn't in the best place. And so the RAA, the Regina Airport Authority, under James Bogus over the last several years, has done a really good job of advocating and driving with support from Regina City Council, with support from the province of Saskatchewan, to be able to advocate for aviation and build it as the true economic engine that it is and recognize it as such without leaving that so that we don't fall down a negative path, that we can continue to grow positively and build our communities from that hub.
Thanks. One further question. I've got lots of pilots in my extended family, so it's my understanding, and I know of one or two examples of people from out of province coming to train here for the benefit of an unrestricted airport and great place to fly. If we jeopardize that, what does that mean to you?
Well, it would mean a lot. It's what the business is. It's 100 years of doing it. Regina is a center for aviation, and there's a reason that it's a center because of things like you mentioned. Having the mix of air traffic that we currently have, having the ability, having the air traffic control and the level of service that we have with that, having an international level airport that is accessible to pilots in training. And so losing that, and again, saying it, the busier we get, and with all business, we need to grow to be able to meet the pilot need and to be able to bring people in from outside to train as well, right? And so in doing that, we're increasing from 15,000 movements per year. That number is going up. And so again, to the point that we're speaking about here is population densification. I think it's just looking at, well, let's see what the science says, see what the research says, and go forward and say, okay, this is what other places have experienced with Billy Bishop, with Edmonton, with different things like that. And knowing that this is what they've experienced, so let's learn from those lessons and let's take a proactive approach to know how we can develop, and again, definitely develop and grow the whole city in the right ways, in the smart ways, in the best ways, where we can grow our population, grow the tax base, and not restrict the growth of this economic engine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to ask a question in terms of, to help clarify some of my intent with bringing this motion today. So are you aware that the general practice for us on City Council is to review and consider applications under existing policies and not to delay decisions until some undetermined time in the future? So that is, are you aware in terms of the request to delay that is our standard practice?
I'm aware of the standard governmental procedures. I'm also aware that there's an important piece of information that it was kind of, as Poppy had mentioned, as had previously been brought forward, that the understanding to delay was to make the best decision possible with the information you can gain. And not indefinitely, knowing that a report is forthcoming very soon, and that there has been the undertaking. And again, I'm representing the Regina Flying Club as supported, and our Regina Airport Authority and how they operate. They are the custodians and the representatives and the advocates to the airport and what we do. And so they represent a lot of businesses and a lot of organizations that rely on them to do so. And so the motion and the concerns that they bring forward are, again, fully supported and fully reflective of the same belief. So I guess long-winded answer, but yes, I'm aware of your process and the concern of wanting to deal with things in an efficient and timely manner. And I don't believe that the delay of this, or I do believe that the delay of this is a good representation of taking that moment to make the best decision, as opposed to rushing to something that is, to what I said before, maybe knocking that first domino down that creates bigger problems in not the very distant future, but in the fairly near future, and sets a dangerous precedent.
Okay. For this one, just because I don't want to take too long, maybe we could just go with a yes or no answer for this one. Were you also aware, sorry, I don't know, am I still in the meeting? Because,
Yep.
okay, I lost like I can't see you anymore, but you can hear me, so that's good. So just, I guess like yes or no if we can. Are you aware that there could be legal implications for us not making a decision on an application and just leaving it for an undetermined time to the future? So regardless of the decision, just making a decision. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of the legal implications that the city is currently facing. To me, I'm aware of the community concern and of a precedent being set. So to me, that a legal implication could be, future legal implications could be grander. But I'm a layman, I'm not a lawyer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull?
Hi.
Hi.
To the chair, I definitely understand, like, you've identified a risk and you're trying to be proactive to prevent a future complication. I believe that's what's coming in here. I was a little bit confused about the NAV Canada.
Yes.
So what NAV Canada presence do we have here? Because my impression is that they have the big centers in like Winnipeg and that, and they all have regions. So what NAV Canada presence do we have in Regina?
So we have full air traffic control. So we have tower is basically
the tower.
what people would think of. So we have tower control, and then you have flight service stations that control the air in between airports, and that's what those big centers are. So they're controlling the air in between. But we have a fully controlled tower of staff, of people here. We also have a flight service station here of staff, of people in Regina that work with NAV Canada, for NAV Canada, at our airport.
So what would be the concern with NAV Canada?
So back, how many years ago, just before COVID stuff, but there was the concern that NAV Canada was going to pull the tower services, the controlled airspace, from Regina.
And what about noise specifically?
NAV Canada isn't about noise. NAV Canada was about having enough movement at the airport to support their operations and have controlled airspace that a lot of major air operators kind of require to come. And so the issue about noise and activity is about activity, so increased activity. We were at the lowest echelon of what activity would support that tower presence. And so if, say, Regina Flying Club wasn't able to act and operate a pilot school at YQR, that would drop the activity quite considerably. And so it's any of these kind of things that can affect businesses. Again, it's dominoes. There's very little changes that can affect business in the long run.
Sure. One could also argue having less housing applications, less availability. Okay.
Councillor Turnbull,
Anyways,
just make sure we're not arguing.
Okay, I won't. Last question, I guess. This is probably the most important question. Do you believe that council would shut down or restrict the airport due to residential noise complaints?
Residential noise complaints are currently at a manageable level. They exist. They always, and they will continue to exist. The increased densification of certain areas of this, very specific areas, especially like, I mean, that's right under approach for the major thoroughfare. But again, yes, I do believe that it has the potential to, whether it's this council, or this council says we promise we won't, but it's years and develops down. And it's the same with people with housing developments. When you densify it, it just increases the burden on the people in those areas. And we want to be able to work with them and have the best situation possible for everyone.
Next. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. Councillor Radens?
For being here. So you mentioned that there was a report that was being done and that's supposed to be coming. And so question, who would be doing that report? Or who is doing that report?
To me, that's been represented by the Regina Airport Authority. So James Bogus would be the best to speak to that.
Okay, so then I could inquire about that after. So in your, Okay, so in concern too with the noise, I guess, if people decide to purchase a property in this area, whether that be low density or high density, and knowing that they would be exposed to noise, I guess where I'm going with that is, doesn't matter if it's low density or high density. I mean, people have lived there for 45 years.
Certainly, and more.
And more, yeah.
Certainly, and I believe it does. And it has kind of been shown to that from other cities and other experience, anecdotally is what I'm bringing, but there is science-based research behind that for sure. And what it does is, even in this room of people, we have, I don't know, there's 50 people here. And so if we have 50 people here, if someone's tapping their pen on the desk, there's probably 40 of us that'll be, you know what, it's fine, they're doing what they're doing, no problem. But there's going to be 10 people that are out of their mind, frustrated about that person tapping a pen. But everyone knows, I go into this office, there's a person that'll tap a pen on a desk. I go into this meeting, that happens. And you've made that contract to say, I can deal with it. But how long can you deal with it before it becomes an issue, before it becomes something that you can't live with, before it becomes something that I'm knocking on my counselor's door all the time saying, we got to change this. They can't be flying all the time, 24/7. And so it's the densification, it's the increase in the amount of people experiencing that and making that contract that can bring it to an untenable level where that they would be putting enough pressure on a city council to try and bring legislation or rules or policy against the operation of an airport. So that's the concern.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, and I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for coming, Mr. Tamika.
Thank you so much for the time.
Go head back to the gallery. Okay, and I'm going to call Delegation D 25-14, James Bogus. Come on down. And is Kyla here? No, okay. Come on down, James. So you probably know the drill. You can introduce yourself for the record, organization representing, and you'll have 5 minutes to address council, and then happy to have some questions back and forth.
Great. Well, thank you, Your Worship, and welcome to the new councillors. My first time addressing you all formally. I also wanted to just say I really do appreciate having an opportunity to speak to this issue today, as it is something we were dealing with the previous council. But before I begin my remarks, I do want to let you know we did have our year-end stats provided at the airport, and we did crack 1 million passengers, 92% of pre-COVID levels. And thank you to our mayor for joining us on an epic return of United Airlines, which we announced on December 19th, restoring Denver service with an American carrier, so it's a big deal. I'm also going to spend 10 seconds of my only 5 minutes, I realize, to thank administration for the partnership. I look at Nikki and her team, Deborah, and of course Jennifer, all of which we work with closely. And I don't want to be here today talking about this. We're your friends, we're your airport, half of my board is appointed by council, we're on the same team. But I have to make sure they understand what you're looking at today and what you're being asked to do. Because many of you were not here when the conversations transpired on this issue. I don't need notes for this because I lived it. I've been your CEO for 7 years. Just had my anniversary on January 31st, and I moved from Victoria in the middle of winter. Go figure. I love this city. My 5 cats, my wife, this is our home now. I really care about my airport, and I care about the future of this community. I'm 46 years old. If I'm 60 when I'm here, some of the issues you're hearing about, they're going to happen. I've been in airports 24 years. I've got a national context. I'm the vice chair of the Small Airports Committee. I just want to make sure you understand my comments today are reflective of what happens in our country, not just in Regina. In 2021, the City of Regina and the Regina Airport, we had a historic signing of a memorandum of understanding right here in council chambers. My board chair and the mayor of the day shook hands, signed a very important accord confirming our friendship and confirming a duty to consult with each other. The document is publicly available. It's mostly related to land use, and noise is front and center of that. It talks about not only a consultation with the airport, but one of us to you, to make sure we don't try to replicate a downtown core at the airport, to make sure that we also build compatibly with the city, and to make sure we pay our taxes. We got that in there as well, by the way. But all of this being said, we've always supported administration. We've partnered with you on bus service. We've partnered with you to save our control tower. restoring an international designation. But unfortunately, we had a misstep. In early 2024, I learned as CEO that council and administration rezoned large swaths of our city to apply for a housing accelerator fund dollars. And as a taxpayer, I'd love it when the government gives our community money, so that's a big plus. But as an airport CEO, I learned after the fact, after the zoning had occurred, that this has authorized significant densification at the end of our main runway. This is what you're talking about today with this reconsideration motion, which we are adamantly opposed to. I'm asking all of you to not reconsider this today. I want to make sure that we understand that this noise concern is not a concern. It's a validated scientific issue that occurs in communities all across the world with example after example of prohibitions being placed on airport runways to restrict flight activity. And it's always to do with residential development being built over time. Not a single development, it's cascades like dominoes. I appreciated my colleagues' comments about that. Development is what we want in this community. I want more than almost anyone, more residents to move here. As a resident, I want us to have taxes. As an airport, I want us to have passengers. But we have to develop in the right areas. Residential development, and I hope I'm quoted in the media today, is incompatible with airport operations. I said this in October when I approached council. I said this in April when I approached council last year. I said it at Regina Planning Commission. I think I triple underlined it in October. You can check the video. It is totally incompatible. It will lead, not might, it will lead eventually to eroding the ability for the airport to operate unfettered, stopping businesses like Creos and the Flying Club from making further investments. We market your city with our partners to my right and your left. We look for more flights. But to do so, I need an airport that's unfettered. And I'm hoping that council will support simply waiting for the report that your administration helped us pay for and the province of Saskatchewan, which is all written, and it's coming in Q1. And my colleague, Deborah Bryden, she's fantastic to work with and her team, and many of her planners, it's coming. But to make a decision now on Queen Street or to reconsider this, knowing that we were promised by previous council and administration that this document would inform a decision that you're potentially going to make today. And I ask you to make good on those promises. I ask that we make sure we go through this process as was assured to the airport publicly last year. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bogus. I will open up for questions, and we'll start with Councillor Bezo. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, looking at the development that is proposed, it roughly works out to call it for an economic input about $200,000 per door plus a tax base that would be perhaps $2,000 per door. From the airport perspective, after that construction is done, you're looking at a tax revenue of, sub $50,000. What would happen if you had to change flight scheduling or you lost a flight? What would happen to the economy? As I go through the airport now, I see lots of people walking to catch flights or landing wearing hard hats and steel-toe boots. What would happen if those flights got changed?
Through you, Mayor. The Regina Airport is truly an engine of economic activity. 2015 numbers will show that we generate over $800 million per year in the local economy. If we were to have a restriction placed on our runway due to residential buildup, and I want to underscore what you're talking about today is a straight shot off our main runway in an area of high noise, just to be clear, what we're talking about with Queen Street, it can be tens of millions of dollars of detrimental GDP impact permanently. Having restrictions on our runway because of residential density, because of residential buildup, limiting the hours that a flying club can operate, limiting the hours a departure can operate would be devastating for our community. We are not Calgary, folks. We are not Toronto. We do not have the luxury of having airlines just show up. We have to fight for our business here. That's why you have engines like EDR that you pay to help drive that to our community. And it's incumbent upon all of us to plan together. I want to just make sure that council is well aware. This isn't my opinion. I'm not just saying this because James says so and he's worked in airports for 24 years. The government of Canada and your administration is well aware of this, will tell you the same thing through their own land use planning documents. They worry about this exact concern that you raised about economics. Land use planning has one of the highest impacts to an aerodrome with residents, and it's to do with noise. Yes, there's a height issue. That's not the issue with this development, by the way. But noise can reduce GDP. And that's why they have strong advice to not overbuild and densify near an airport.
Thank you. I'll move to, Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today, James. So, I guess with my first question, in terms of consultation, so it is the case that you've been working with administration on on a report, right? So there's been some serious consultation occurring in relation to that report. Is that accurate?
Consultation after the zoning. So we need to be clear, the offensive zoning today, we were not consulted with. And I'm not blaming anybody. The fact is we were not. After the fact, the report was completed summer of 2024, after the zoning took place.
Okay. So does the fact that you're here today and the other times that you've come to speak on your opinion in relation to this proposed application, does that count to you as a form of consultation? Like, would you consider that also a form of consultation?
I felt comforted on October 9th when council confirmed again for me publicly that we would have a report, and staff or administration was directed, I think by the end of Q1, which we're in full support of. And I know this thing is coming because we're working on it together. Mm-hmm. To have this as part of the consideration before you deal with Queen Street. This is why administration was directed. So I feel the decision was made, and it was actually the reconsideration of that decision of why I'm here today. I wouldn't be in front of you otherwise. I would have waited for the report, had that discussion, and then make your decision. And that has not occurred. I'm here because of the reconsideration.
So I've highlighted I've been asking folks, hey, are you aware of our common practice of making decisions based on our bylaws and policies in that moment and not, for a potential future change? I assume you're aware of that. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. And I was pleased that I was invited to speak in October, and I was pleased with the decision of council, so that application would be delayed until such time as this was resolved.
Okay. Now, I understand your desire to have us wait till this report comes back to council. If in some theoretical situation that resulted in a lawsuit against the city, this period of waiting longer, would you still be in favor of us waiting, or should we just make a decision one way or another?
As your partner, I have no desire to see my city sued and spend money on legal fees about something that I normally would be endorsing. I love development. In fact, develop the heck out of all the lands around the airport, but with the right types of uses. But in this case, we're talking about a dramatic departure from where I believe you will see as council the report recommends. What I'm recommending, as someone who's been in the business a long time, because it's such a dramatic departure, the risk of a lawsuit on a single development, in my view, is far less than the detrimental impact that making the wrong decisions today would have on the future of the airport.
So you say it's a dramatic departure, but my understanding, and if my understanding is wrong, please let me know, but it's my understanding that if the vote goes through to reconsider, and if it passes this development application, we're talking 18 units versus what is today could be 12 units. So that's 6 more units. I don't understand how that's a dramatic departure. Can you help me understand if I'm reading something incorrectly or your view on that?
This is exactly why I'm here. The issue is that this development is a symptom of a larger problem that occurred February of 2024. Whereas zoning in these areas then allowed higher density as a right. We didn't agree to that. We haven't agreed to it publicly. We've been back to council multiple times. We've been to Regina Planning Commission. As soon as I learned about the change, we didn't sit back. I wrote letters. It's all public. It's all public record. So the issue is twofold. One, we would need to see the zoning put back to before all this happened. That means back to 2023 levels, lower density again. Not no development, lower density, number one. And number two, if council today was faced with an application and it was a low density, old version of residential zoning, you would see this as a huge departure from those days. So when you talk about current policy, we need to be clear. This is current policy the airport adamantly disagrees with and at no point has supported the entire time publicly. Since the zoning changed in February, we have never been in agreement. Your administration's lovely to work with. It's been great to have conversation, but there's been no outcome that has yet had an opportunity to vote differently as a council. That's what we're asking to wait on. It shouldn't be 12 units.
Okay, and in terms of the zone, so it's also my understanding this is in, I believe it's a NAV 25 zone, which my understanding of that is federally, whoever is regulating those zones federally, that there's not recommended restrictions of any kind for housing in relation to noise in those zones. So if that's correct, are you saying you disagree with those federal, the federal recommendations in that regard?
I'm glad I have a chance to clarify. I've heard different versions of these zones or decibel levels from a councillor earlier. Now I'm hearing another one. I'm going to read to you from the document these come from. It's one line. Transport Canada, it's a Transport Canada document, TP 1247 for the record. Administration has this. Transport Canada does not support or advocate incompatible land use. They put in brackets, especially residential housing in areas affected by noise. These areas begin as low as 25 NEF. The area we're referring to is within 25 to 30 NEF. It's right in that buffer. It's right at the end of the runway. There are communities who will not develop residential in 25 NEF. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for a common sense approach to work with administration to bring back a sensible compromise we can all live with, but it is not densifying the way that Queen Street is. This is from the government's own document that the planners and administration they have, and that I'm advocating to you to make sure we do not have this type of development in these areas.
Okay, so I heard you say Transport Canada does not regulate, so not one way or the other, they don't. And I also heard you say that you're not advocating, that we don't have any development. But I guess my question is, I've heard the thing of if we have more folks, these complaints are more likely. But if it's really a concern, like if we're actually concerned about noise levels for residents in these areas, wouldn't the logical conclusion to not be that we didn't have any development in these areas? Like if that's the real concern, wouldn't that be the real solution?
Without a doubt, if we could just build an airport again, you wouldn't put it by residents. But we can't. Airports are leased properties. They were developed typically during the wars, and they grow over time. It's the reality of life. We get better, we learn things, residential buildup occurs, and the impacts occur at airports all across Canada, prohibitions. So in direct response to your question, there are areas near the airport that should have no residential development whatsoever. And thankfully today that is the case. But the built areas, the areas that already exist, that pre-exist these discussions, we're talking about extending a runway to the southeast, directly in line with where this development is. We want to make sure that the correct and appropriate zoning levels, which our view included what was available in 2023. Low density, not 4 dwelling units per property as a right. That's a more sensible approach, recognizing some additional controls are needed. Sound insulation, there's other factors. I realize we have a built city. I live in it. I love the city. If we didn't have any, I would have a different view, but we do. Don't add more. Don't keep compounding the problem. Make sure, please, as a council, consider what this report will say to you. Give it a chance, read it. Your city paid for it too. It wasn't just us. It's us, the province, and the city of Regina. Consume it, see what you think. After that, read the science. If you still feel the same way you do, well, I'll still be a good CEO. Trust me, I'll still go out and get flights. But folks, this isn't a Regina problem. This is a national problem we can avoid. We need to use some common sense, and one of those is using the report you paid for.
I think I have just one last question. What would you say to someone who wants to actually live in an area, you know, this NAV 25 zone that has some level of impact from airport noise, you know, on the lower end? They consciously want to buy a unit, not a house, like not a single family dwelling, a unit in that area because it'll be more affordable. What about folks who consciously want to make that decision? You're saying they shouldn't be able to make that?
I would say if our constraints in the city were different, hypothetically, if we were landlocked, we had no land available to construct on, there weren't better opportunities for that type of densification, my view might be different. But we do. You've got lots of places you can develop that type of property at an affordable price. There's no reason it has to be under the main runway of southern Saskatchewan, which is exactly where this Queen Street development is proposed to go.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So what we'll do is we got about 5 minutes or so before the break, so we'll see how we have a number of questions still, James. So what we'll probably do is I'll kind of monitor that, and then we'll end up taking a break, and then we'll probably come back to finish up the questions. So, but we'll see if we can fit one or two more in here before that, and we'll go with Councillor Fro.
Thank you. Through the chair, James, nice to see you again. We have inherited, I don't know if you know, but sort of a council that has engineers, but neither to my knowledge or have experience with acoustical engineering, which actually is a real thing. And you probably know the answer to this. And I think you raised some important points, but can you tell me the honest, likely difference between 18 units on 41 block Queen Street and the sound implications for the residents currently living on Princess, Habkirk, and Queen, right? In some cases we're talking about meters, in some cases we're talking about blocks. Can you walk us through, I understand you've spoken, you know, passionately and made some great points about the precedent it sets, but, you know, we're also talking here about sound. So if you could speak to the difference between this unit, not on the precedent that it represents, but on the sound in relation to its potential neighbors.
Thank you. Well, if you asked my wife and I was living there, I probably wouldn't hear anything because, you know, she tells me stuff and she says, what are you doing? So for me, I may not be irritated by the same noise that my neighbor might be. The problem with aviation noise is it's unlike most other noises, including traffic on the ground. The whine of an aircraft engine, the frequency of flight training over your head is very different. The science will show you, and you can do a simple Google search on your break if you like. The science will show you that it can cause anxiety for some, whereas others, they love being under planes. It's the sound of the economy going. So I didn't know if I'd be asked about specifics, but let me just give you a quick taste here. So this is noise exposure forecast information from Purdue University, not from James Bogus. Here it is. So a Boeing 737, which we have many of, that's the WestJet standard aircraft. We have 800 series, 700 series, 600 series, and the MAX. A Boeing 787 aircraft will generate 90 decibel levels at 1 nautical mile, 6,080 feet, before landing. This is the approach of a runway. Does 90 decibel levels bother me? I heard a resident speak earlier, I shouldn't refer to that, but I heard them say, well, they're used to it. Will all the residents be? Will they all be patient when their children have a hard time sleeping for school the next day? Will they be patient when a 5 a.m. departure to Toronto goes every morning, 7 days a week? Some will, some won't. So empirically, we have two things you've heard today. One is about a forecast of complaints from the federal government called a noise exposure forecast, ziggly lines on a map, and you've seen them in your own maps. And then we have decibel levels. Both of those impact people differently. Ideally, we want to avoid all of them if we can. However, there's already buildup there, so we don't want to exacerbate it. But this is empirical information, and this impacts people differently.
That overview, James. Is it fair to say then, knowing that people experience noise differently, that there will be no difference in experience between those currently living on Queen, Habkirk, and Princess and the likely residents that might live on 41 block Queen, given their close proximity and the fact that it's impossible to know, quite frankly, how folks might experience noise?
In terms of scientific measurement, a decibel is going to be different depending on where you're located. However, how your residents currently react are very differently. Obviously, through confidentiality, we'll never mention names, but I have residents in that area who petition our federal government, Minister of Transport, to reduce the ability for the flying club to operate. I also have residents who sit outside and love the aircraft, and they probably can see each other from their backyard. It's the impact. It's not about just how many people, it's the impact of those complaints, but you keep adding more people to these areas. You increase the chance and the issues for politicians, for future board members on an airport, for CEOs, for the media, all of those pieces add up. Unfortunately, other than decibel levels, and I could talk about those if you like, got lots here, at the end of the day, this comes back to why the government created the land use planning document which your administration has, TP 1247. It takes all of these things into consideration, and I already read you the statement. Noise exposure above 25 on this forecast. That's where it begins. That's what this development is. So you want to minimize is a key word, how much you're adding in these areas.
Okay, we're at 2:31, so we're gonna take a 15-minute break here.
Great.
And we'll get you back up here in
Sounds good.
a few minutes. Thanks, James, and we'll see you at 2:46. We're gonna get started right away here. Said. If anybody could grab their seats. Okay. So we'll jump back into questions here. We'll call the meeting back to order. And next up is Councillor Burton. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Bogus, thank you for coming and speaking to us here. I guess a number of questions I have here. So first of all, on the basis that we want Regina's economy to grow, and a growing airport is part of that growing economy here. So could you tell us a bit about, as you deal with other airports and airlines, how the airlines make it the most convenient to depart and arrive at Regina versus, and make it awful for the people in Toronto? And might that mean some flights that arrive at some inconvenient hours? Could you maybe talk, tell us how you're the 800-pound gorilla in Toronto telling them what to do, please?
As the 3-pound gorilla here in Regina, yeah. With sincerity, the Canadian aviation system is called a hub and spoke system. Simply put, we feed, like Saskatoon and Victoria and Kelowna, our airports feed large hub airports. Soon Denver, but right now, Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, and Calgary are the big ones, especially Calgary. The airlines, not the airport, set up their network schedules. The airlines, not the airport, dictate when they need to fly to connect people to the world, whether that be within Canada, the United States, or abroad. It is massively important for the economics of flights to ensure that airlines can fly at the times they need to fly to connect to their major hubs, to then connect to the world. And I gotta say, we are very lucky and blessed that WestJet, which is 65% roughly of our total volume at Regina, has their massive Boeing 787 fleet based in Calgary. They fly early, they fly late, they arrive after 2 in the morning sometimes. I'm sure some of you have been on those flights. But having the ability to do so is critical to our airport's growth.
Thank you. As you're negotiating, through the chair, as you're negotiating these flights, what are some of the considerations the airlines, operators or other jurisdictions might ask or bring up as issues or considerations or concerns?
One of the principal ones, as you can imagine, is the economics of the flight. Is it going to be profitable? Partly it's how many people will use it, but also how does it fit into their broader strategy to connect to their major hub? I hope you'll appreciate that of the 2 airports in Saskatchewan, we are hands down the less expensive of the 2 to operate. We have to be. We're a bit smaller in population than Saskatoon, so we charge the airlines less to land in Regina than they do in Saskatoon by roughly 15%, roughly. The airlines care about that. They also don't want public concern. They don't want to have issues with their operations. They certainly don't want to be having any political influences that are negative. They want people to be positive about their operation. So seeing a community that's supportive of aviation broadly, seeing a provincial government, a municipal government, and by the way, I want to remind this council that you do provide support to the airport to encourage airline activity through a partial tax exemption. They look at those things. They care about those things. So profitability, access to our runway and terminal building, and of course, passengers buying their tickets are all principal concerns for an airline.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Bogus, the airport's an ever-evolving asset. Whether you go back 100 years, 50 years, 75, whatever, pick your number there, there's been some changes. And I'll ask you to dig out your crystal ball and do some predictions, and at some point, may there be a runway extension? Could that have an impact on noise zones, on various things? Maybe the report might speak to those types of things like that. Could you tell us about what kind of future plans the airport might have for some of these activities.
There is no doubt that there are growth plans for the airport. In fact, next year, we refresh our master plan every 10 years, and you'll see a revised, updated master plan. Approximately 3 years ago, Council voted, I believe it was unanimously, to support protecting for a future runway extension in our city, going to the southeast, exactly where we're talking about right now with this development. An extended runway hopefully will bring bigger planes, will bring more jobs, will bring more opportunity for economic growth. All of these ideas have been made public. All of them in the past have been supported by previous councils and administration, and broadly speaking, our provincial government. The airport, when I look ahead, we first want to, of course, get back to 1.21 million passengers. These are 2019, 2018 numbers. But our growth forecast will show 1.3, 1.4, 1.5. We're currently number 16 in the country, maybe 15 depending on how one of my competitor airports did last year. We're still waiting for the numbers to come in. But in reality, the growth trajectory is clear. The province is attracting residents. The city is pro-business. It's exactly where we want to live in Canada right now, and we know this airport's going to grow with certainty.
Thank you. Through the chair, as you deal with companies in Regina, people that want to establish a branch office, maybe someday a head office or things like that, how would you describe the importance of good air travel to attracting such operations into our city?
I used to have more hair, by the way, in case you want to look at me right now. 2018, I show up to the city and 6 board members, all appointed by this city council of the day. The number one priority was to restore U.S. air service. Many of you will remember that if you've been in town for at least 7 years. We had lost Delta, we had lost United, and we'd lost access to places like Minneapolis and Denver. That was a big priority. There were other things, but that was a number one. The business community told us how vital it was to restore these connections because of this very issue. Offices not wanting to locate here, conferences and events not wanting to come. Now, it's not just about these flights, but it's about connectivity broadly to major hubs. If we lack air service, we will detriment the GDP. If we lack the ability for an airline to make economic decisions that are beneficial to them or their shareholders, to land aircraft in our community and offer social connection, offer economic value, offer the ability for a business meeting to occur to close a deal that might bring a new office to our community, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. And the single limiting factor would be runway prohibitions, limiting the ability for certain types of businesses to be on our property, maybe no more flying schools, all of that. And I mean all of it, I want to underscore this, occurs when residential buildup occurs near an airport, because we can see examples across Canada, the US, and Europe. It's always the same. Short-term planning, unfortunately, detriments long-term airport growth.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you for everything you've shared and your thoughts. I'm trying to understand. So we've heard from a few people, and you know they're concerned about their homes. They're concerned about the noise. There's a lot of, in the future, this could happen, and based on what we've heard from other places, this could happen. So from what you've shared, then why be okay with any kind of density around it? I'm trying to understand how is an 18 unit versus a bungalow if the issue is that people might complain, right? Because to me, if you choose to live there when the airport was there, then that's kind of on you, right? Like you have moved to a space where you are likely to hear noise. So from what you've said, and what I've heard from other people that presented here as well, is we're okay with a bungalow, but we're not okay with an 18 unit, right? And I'm trying to understand what, other than more people, why not just say no development at all?
Sure. I can only imagine that in any city today that has prohibitions on their runways, There was a council, developers, and an airport that talked about something many years ago. When Montreal Airport, which has a restriction after 11 p.m., I believe it's can't land a 45,000 kilogram jet after 11 p.m., when they were thinking about densification outside of that runway, I'm sure it was, well, people know where they're going to buy. But when you start actually seeing the impacts, children not sleeping properly for school, councillors, politicians being pressured to appoint board members who ultimately will ensure that there's restrictions on a runway. It all happens in time. We also have to remember that I haven't said we should build a bunch of bungalows. What I've suggested is digest a report that you've paid for, which you have not done yet. You will see there are areas of the city that's recommended to have no new residential development, none. The difference is it also isolates areas that already have residential development. If we could build it again, I hope we would all agree, if land was not a constraint, we would try not to put homes near a runway. I hope broadly we agree with that point. If we don't, I've got a losing opportunity here today. But we have to recognize we have a city already. So we have to balance these issues. And balance typically assumes that you'll rebuild what was there today. You won't keep growing it. So you'll constrain and leave things be. And in my view, and the view of the city up until 2023, I want to be clear about this. Up until 2023, the city agreed in the way it zoned those properties. It was only in 2024, not earlier, that this became an issue. With added densification, driven by the HAF, or the Housing Accelerator Fund, that rezoned so many properties all across the city, and in some cases, in the case that I'm raising, in areas that are not compatible for that extra density. I'm asking you to constrain, not to demolish, not to remove, but to constrain.
All right, thank you for that.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Turnbull. Go ahead.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate all the good work you're doing at the airport and all the additional flights. I also really appreciate that you've identified a risk and you're trying to be proactive to prevent future complication. So just to clarify, your concern is really reaching a population tipping point to get in the 25 plus decibel and your forecast of complications. Is that correct?
We've got to be clear, though, when we talk about a population tipping point, I'm not talking about population of the city, I'm talking about density in the high noise areas.
Okay.
Doesn't matter how big the city gets, it's how many people we pack near the airport. That's my concern.
Sure.
Okay.
So you're concerned about the population increase in the zone. So the concern is the number of units or people, correct?
People, types of uses, so not people working there, sleeping overnight, residential uses. I want to be clear about that, not all development, just residential development.
So I guess, would you suggest maybe it would be a limit of units and not the type of design? So would it make a difference if there was 16 units all in a high density one or 16 single homes? It's more about the amount of units, not the way it's laid out?
I don't construct buildings personally. So how a building height would be as long as it meets our requirements in different areas of the city would not be a concern. I have to underscore the basic premise to answer your question, which is we would like to see constraints put on residential development in all of these areas back to 2023 levels. We'd like to make sure that there's a recognition, as there had been in the past in your own OCP under health and safety for noise, right in there, published by the City of Regina, that we want to make sure we recognize that noise is an issue and we constrain the zoning. Not 16 units, not 14 units. I'm going to encourage us to wait for the report, digest it, see what they recommend, rather than me picking pieces out of a report today that you have not read and not had the opportunity to read without all the back material, and then have that exact conversation about what's reasonable in these areas. Because I think they've done a really good job. And I would say, broadly speaking, city administration and the airport authority, for about 85% of it, I'm just picking a number, agree on the outcomes, I believe, but about 15% we don't.
Okay. And then do you know when this report is due to be complete?
My recollection of the October meeting, and I'm going to defer to Ms. Bryden, of course, because she's driving this with her team, was direction to provide something to council by the end of Q1. And I have all the confidence in the world in your administration. I've worked with them for years. I have no reason to believe that we're not going to see some follow-through meetings in Q1 to finish our version, meaning what the airport is asking for, hopefully find compromise, hopefully come with one, my view is one recommendation to council, not airport wants this and city wants this, but whatever that is for council's consideration. I will make the time as CEO. Clearly, I'm here today. I'm confident your administration is doing that now, but we have to see that through.
Okay, and then lastly, do you believe that council would shut down or restrict the airport due to noise?
I can't speak for you. What I can just tell you is factually speaking, it's happened all across Canada, the US, happened in Europe. Politicians have great ideas, people change, they get reelected, new positions come through. I've been around long enough to see that. Happens in airports all the time. You appoint half my board. Today, you may not feel this way. Maybe it's buyer beware. I've heard this a couple times. I'm putting words in people's mouths I shouldn't. The premise I've heard is maybe buyer beware. Well, that's all well and good until, again, the child doesn't sleep. Now there's a issue with learning disability, for example, as an example, and all of a sudden, someone feels differently. All of a sudden, ideas change. It's happened in numerous examples. It's fact. It's not my opinion. So yes, I do worry about that in the future. Hopefully this council won't be that way, but it's not just a council issue. It could be at a provincial level or at a federal level.
So you would like us to wait for the report. That's your ask?
If it goes to public hearing today, I'll adamantly oppose this development as I have in the past. Sensibly, given that we have invested considerable time and effort with your administration and the province of Saskatchewan to create a land use planning collaboration. I'm holding the report in my hand. It's here. It's all done. It needs to be presented to you. It would seem premature to confirm your views as council on, do we agree with Mr. Bogus's comments, or do we agree with what's in this report, or something that you come up with on your own, without first understanding what's being asked. I know what's in here. How is it fair when you don't?
Okay, I appreciate it, and thank you so much for being so passionate and being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Sickles.
You, Chair. Okay, James, you've been very sensible, logical, complimentary, and very professional. Something seems peculiar to me. I have a couple questions. Maybe you can help me understand this. Why would a zoning change be made that runs counter to our airport, which you confirmed today is an $800 million economic engine? And why would a zoning change be made that lacks consultation or even a heads up to the CEO of the airport?
There has been and continues to be ongoing dialogue with your planning department, led by Ms. Bryden. She takes all my calls, sometimes probably more than she wants, but I promise you, I always get a call back, and I always get an email, and always get a response promptly. There was a point in time where cities in Canada were offered money through the federal government called the Housing Accelerator Fund. What I'm saying was all public record. It's all on video and council meetings, and I've heard all the answers. I was there. I witnessed all this firsthand. At that time, this means back when the previous council agreed to the zoning in February of 2024, at that time, we were underway already with a vicinity plan. It was already being talked about, hadn't been completed yet. You're going to see the date on this is June 3rd, 2024, after the zoning was made.
Okay.
But at that time, administration confirmed for council and myself that to obtain the funding, it required significant, bold changes in the city. These are not my words. You can go back and see it yourself. And at that time, it was understood that had you not made these changes near the airport, this money would be either in jeopardy or would not be obtainable. I'm happy to share, and I'll let Ms. Bryden speak for herself, that I've just learned recently that's no longer the issue, meaning we can make changes. But at that time, that was not the case. And please know when I learned about this, I immediately wrote letters. RPC, council, I didn't just sit and wait. I contacted administration. I made sure my public opinion, the same one you're hearing today, was made clear immediately, asking for this to be repealed. But the answer was the money potentially could be in jeopardy. On top of perhaps a disagreement philosophically about what we're asking, that's a separate issue, but the money was an issue for sure. That was very publicly made to council in the past.
but the money isn't in jeopardy.
I'm going to let Ms. Bryden speak to the detail of that. I've just learned about this recently, that it sounds like there is some flexibility. Maybe we may not agree on the principles that I'm asking. That's a different issue. But I understand that the actual money would not be removed or repealed. But I would like to suggest your administration be more better at answering the detail on that than I would be. I just learned about this myself through administration.
Okay.
That's a big change, though. I mean, that's a big shift from where we were a year ago. And I understand,
Yeah, obviously.
right? There's a lot of money was on the line. I get it. I want the money for our community, too. Please keep that in mind.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Rasevich. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I guess my question is, will this report talk about what types of development are okay in those areas?
The short answer is most of it's that. So you're going to see a bunch of complicated maps. It's going to explain in plain language what it is. It's going to make strong recommendations to develop all the land, including land right by the airport, just not for residential use. You're going to see areas that are compatible with residential use. You're also going to see me as CEO be ultra reasonable, recognizing that a lot of stuff occurred before we stepped in and said, hey, 2024 zoning was too much. That should still have to go. There's plans and developers who have invested dollars pre-2024. We're respectful. We understand there's going to be balance. We need to consider that. I'm not black and white. We want developers to make money. We want residents to move in. But we just got to rein this thing back into a more reasonable level, like our view was it was in 2023, before all these changes. That's a principle, I'll say. The detail in the report, hopefully a little negotiation in a good way to find compromise, and hopefully my view is bring back a recommendation to council that the airport and administration aligns on is my view. If we can't, well, what are the differences? And then I guess council will have to decide what you guys see as reasonable.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing nobody else, I'm going to ask a couple questions for myself,
sure.
James,
Yeah,
if that's
thank
okay. First one is, do you know your average complaints you get per year?
Sure. There's a number of complaints we get through our website. This means you take the time to go onto iqr.ca and you log in, noise, we call them inquiries, it just softens the word complaint, but it's noise complaint. On some of the worst years, it can be 60 or 70. On some of the easy years, it can be a couple of dozen. Separately from that, social media has become quite the hotbed. You've got some really vocal residents, all in areas that I'm referring to. To be fair, some are not. Some complain on the north of Regina, where the police plane often circles, not just by our airport. And then separately, I do a lot of public speaking. I voluntarily spend my own personal time speaking to community groups because I care and I like our city, and I come and talk about the airport, and I hear those who live close. Some it's fumes, some of it's late flight, some of it's baggage questions. I get all sorts of questions. The only empirical measurement is what I collect through my website, but that's only a fraction of the total complaints. Doesn't include the Flying Club when they get a call directly. Doesn't include Creos when they get a call directly. Suffice to say, it's growing. Each year, broadly speaking, it grows. Early mornings and circling aircraft and late nights is principally where those complaints come from.
Okay, thank you. I see no further questions, so you can go ahead and head back to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, I will call Delegation DE 25-15, Tom Eisted. And once you get to the delegation box, you can please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, what city or town you reside in. You're going to have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions Council may have. Go ahead whenever you are ready.
Okay, thank you. Tom Eisted, I'm representing Wave Developments. So good afternoon, Mayor Baczynski and members of City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to change my presentation a little bit to focus on a couple of things that we've heard about regarding the airport. I'd just like to point out that I'm in support of the airport. I support industry and business here in Regina. And no intent is the development going to impose on the airport's operations. and I would just like to highlight a few key points to consider while I read through my report. The additional 18 units would add 0.03% to the population in Elver Park. I currently could develop this land with the current bylaws with the same massing and the same density which I'm proposing, but I don't feel that is the best use of this land or the best for the community. I appreciate what the community members are saying. As Poppy mentioned, my mom and dad have lived in the same property in Regina for 43 years, so I understand what change can do to the neighborhood, and the reason that I put myself in this position to want to rezone and have this discretionary use for the land is because I feel that it's the best use for the property. So city administration and I engaged with the residents of the community through an open house where I was present to discuss the developments and listen to the people of the neighborhood, both concerns and positive support. The comment submission period was extended and left open for 9 weeks, which is substantially longer than the standard period of 3 weeks. Of the small number of residents who are opposed to the project, the concerns received are related to parking, increased traffic volume, massing, and community character. We have heard the residents, and in addressing their concerns, we have provided on-site parking for all suites. This is above that required by the zoning bylaw amendment approved on January 31st, 2024, which eliminated minimum motor vehicle parking requirements by designating the project to utilize 3 buildings as opposed to the 4, which the current zoning would allow for with a small subdivision. It enabled us to provide on-site parking for all units. Traffic volume was investigated and found to be not of a concern as the property fronts Queen Street, which is built to minor collector standards and designed to handle up to 5,000 vehicles per day. The current volumes are around 2,000 vehicles per day. We have agreed to limiting the height to 11 meters, which can be achieved through the existing R1 zone. Further to possessing a height substantially less than what is allowable, the subject property is in a relatively peripheral location adjacent to large open spaces. The proposed number of buildings, 3, and the massing height of 10.8 meters may be achieved through the existing R1 zone. Therefore, the proposed building massing was determined to be no more impactful than what may be developed under the existing R1 zone. The subdivision of the land to achieve 4 buildings and 16 suites could be possible through administrative channels which would not require public consultation, council approval, or the large fees associated with this proposal. However, I feel that this is not the best use of the land or the best option for the community, as it would increase the massing and limit the amount of on-site parking as well as the amount of landscaping. We have collaborated with architects to design buildings that seamlessly integrate with the neighborhood while ensuring high-quality, sustainable construction with architectural sensitivity. By reducing the number of buildings from 4 to 3, we are able to enhance the development with additional landscaping, more green space, and on-site parking to accommodate all suites. The noise exposure forecast, which has been brought up this afternoon, of the subject property based on the NEF contours provided by the Regina Airport Authority Master Plan, shows the subject property bordering an NEF 25 zone. According to Government Canada, and as James mentioned, residential multifamily construction can be permitted with no restrictions at an NEF 25 and lower. While we acknowledge the concerns raised by the Airport Authority regarding the potential for residents to continue complaints relating to flight noise, we believe this issue is not relevant in this particular case due to the following reasons. The NEF level being a 25 for the subject property, which according to the Government of Canada is a level that would not pose any development restrictions or additional noise concerns. Development will be 10.8 meters, which is below the 11-meter height that its current zoning allows for. Modern construction practices and installation types have evolved to provide better acoustical barriers than those of the existing builds in the neighborhood. 18 additional units in the neighborhood is less than 0.3% of the neighborhood population. With Regina Airport Authority bringing their concerns forward at the last council meeting, I engaged our architect, and with some design change, we can further modify our roof line to keep the height at approximately 10 meters, which is 1 meter lower than current zoning allows for. In conclusion, we extended the timeline for public engagement, hosted an in-person open house to ensure the community's voices were heard. This approach allowed us to align the project with both the neighborhood's concerns and support, while also meeting the city's sustainability, density, and housing targets. Moving forward, it is crucial to continue supporting developments like this to stay committed to the city's goals and ensuring the residents of Regina have access to a place they can call home both now and in the future. Another point I'd like to make is that the property will be a purpose-built rental project, so the chance of residents, getting involved with complaint or with the airport to impede operations is unlikely. They're more likely to move if they have a concern with any noise that the airport would cause them.
Awesome, thank you, Mr. Eisted. A couple questions here. We'll start with Councillor Burton, and then we'll go online.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Eisted. As you did your evaluation, could you have fit more properties into this space?
No.
Or more units?
You could fit more units if you go higher. As I mentioned, with the way the current property sits, if I was to apply for a subdivision, which would again not include council or any public consultation, I could, under the current bylaw and current zoning, I could put up 4 units, or 4 buildings with 4 units per building. But then I would not have
16 units then?
16 units with no room for on-site parking.
This is 18?
That's correct.
So did you try for a lower count? Was there a business case for building at a lower count at the normal zoning?
Yeah, there's definitely a business case for it. However, I felt the 3 buildings with the 6 units provides the best fit for the property and allowing the on-site parking, as I mentioned.
So through the chair, would it be fair to say that you're pushing for the maximum possible?
That'd be incorrect. I could put more on if I went higher.
Through the chair, I thought you said it's 11 meters and this is 10.8.
That's current zoning of R1, but if the zoning was approved, for what I've applied for, you could go higher than that, but I'm saying that I want to stay below that R1 zoning because I do understand the concerns from the airport and trying to keep that community context and sensitivity for the architectural style of the buildings.
Through the chair, if you went higher, would you have enough parking spaces?
Based on the current bylaws from the city, yes, I would. Not for on-site parking, but for what the city requires, there would be more than enough ample parking.
Yes, I'm talking on-site.
On-site, I can fit 18 spots
Okay.
with the current building sizes.
Thank you. So you said a small number of complaints, and I counted 43. That's what's listed in the report.
Okay.
What would you, I don't consider that to be small.
I think based on the population of Albert Park, it's relatively small.
But based upon the number of people living in that area, that would seem to be quite large.
Well, the area I consider is the neighborhood of Albert Park, which has over 5,000 residents.
Well, and the neighborhood of Albert Park includes over by the Southland Mall.
Councillor Burton, just make sure we're not debating.
Yeah, okay,
So
thank you.
stick to questions.
You betcha. Thank you. So with this here, is the business model you have, is that you need to get the rezoning in order to make your business case effective? Because I heard there's other options. And so as you tried to get this thing moved forward, it seemed like the crux of it was it had to be rezoned, and that's the only option you considered. And is there not some other things here that would have a different density outcome and meet some of the needs of the neighbors and of the airport, and not cause a problem with all the different people that have these concerns, these 43 people, plus the airport, plus Creos, plus all the people around the city?
Well, I feel that I put quite a bit of effort into engaging with professionals, both engineers and architects and community planners. And the reason we chose the 3 buildings and the sizes that we did is it fit both financially and provided the largest amount of on-site parking, landscaping, and community appeal.
Okay, last question here. Just in anything here, would you agree that the odds of problems, complaints, issues go up with each additional person? That if you have a cohort of 10 versus 100 versus 1,000, do the odds go up?
Complaints for the airport or for?
For anything, I'm talking airport included, anything.
Well, I think relating to this development in my application, I think that the number of complaints with the constraints that we're faced with and questioned with today would not go up, no. I believe because it's a rental property, the people are going to move before they take on the city or start complaining and trying to impede airport operations.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Zakiniak online.
Thank you. It seems that there's a bit of confusion in relation to like whether you're building to the maximum amount that you could. I heard you say that if you could have easily have planned for a different development under the current zoning regulations, but you chose to do something that you thought would be more appropriate for the community, which required you to come to council. Can you just clarify that, please?
That is correct. And to clarify, it is that under the current zoning and the current bylaws, I could put up 16 units on that property. But it would fill and overmass the property where there would be no room for on-site parking. So I chose to go this direction because I felt it was a better fit for the community to get the cars off the streets, better for the residents that are going to live in the building to have on-site parking, and a better fit for the neighborhood. And I guess, but in saying that, the fees and the commitment and time to go through these channels is a lot greater than had I just gone and started building the 4 fourplexes with no community consultation and not considering all the things that I discussed today.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just making notes as we're talking. Now, and in terms of other things that you did that you didn't have to do, is you extended the timeline for engagement, you held an open house, and you reduced the height of what the proposed buildings. Those are all accurate. That's all accurate. That you did not need to do any of those things.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. And you noted also that this is purpose-built rental, so that folks will move in, and just like with any rental property, should they decide they don't like it for whatever reason, the standard procedure is that folks just move, right? That's what you were noting.
Correct.
Right? This isn't homeowners. These will be rental units.
Correct. And I'd also like to add that they're a high-end luxury rental unit. They're not, not that there's any concern with anything, but the purpose of the model and the development is to be a higher-end development, fit and finish, so that it fits with the neighborhood.
Okay, well, and I guess just to clarify, there's been lots of concerns noted in relation to the airport and greater development in the airport. I think that's sort of irrelevant to what we're talking about today with your proposal. Would you agree with that? Like those larger airport development and noise concerns?
I would agree with that. I found it fascinating this afternoon to listen to all the airport discussions, but in relation to the development that I'm proposing in my application, I don't see how it negatively impacts the airport, or it provides or warrants a reason to think that it's going to cause any economic distress to the airport or the operations of the airport here in Regina.
Okay, thank you for coming today.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned that you did an extensive community consultation and talked to folks, and we've heard about those that are opposed to it, but I'm curious to see, what have you heard from residents who were not opposed to it or didn't have as negative sentiments? And in terms of the percentage of people who are opposed and those who are neutral or for it, what would that look like?
Yeah, so as mentioned, the city follows a certain protocol or channel to get the information out to the residents within a certain radius, and then it's on the developer if they want to hold an information session or an open house. We chose to do that. We wanted to have the community come and voice their support or concerns for the project. So that took place one evening over the summer. There was a fairly large turnout. There was, some people that were concerned for the reasons that were brought forward, by Poppy and the people surrounding the development area. There's always a bit of, maybe change brings a bit of uneasiness to what you're typically used to with how you've lived for the last 40 years. I understand that. But again, this lot is available for sale. It's going to be developed by somebody. I chose to go this direction because I feel this is the best fit for the community, as opposed to just putting up the 4 buildings. For those that were in favor of it, mostly what I heard was, people that want to get into that community, that don't want to live in the new neighborhoods. They want to live in an existing neighborhood with that kind of charm and what that community brings, but can't afford necessarily to buy a single-family house. It's for young professionals, students, new Canadians, and also seniors that may have lived in that neighborhood for 40 years plus, but now want to get into somewhere where they don't have to look after yard work and that sort of thing. So that's the support that I heard.
All right. And then another thing we heard a lot about is noise issues, right? Like how this could potentially in the future while we might say it's okay, future council might change their mind and put regulations around it. How would you communicate this to potential tenants, right? Is this something that as a property owner or developer would say, like, this is what you're getting into? Do you have any experience with that, or are we all just waiting and seeing and hoping that nothing happens? As you said, like, it is a rental, so people might just leave before they complained, but in terms of being proactive about potential issues, how would you mitigate or manage that?
So there is, a number of single-family homes for rent in Albert Park. I feel that with the new development, you're going to get higher quality insulation, higher quality building materials. You're going to reduce that sound impact on the individuals. It will be clear as what we typically do for our properties is we hold open houses if there's a vacancy, and we have individuals come and view the property and then submit an application if they choose that they would like to rent there. So throughout that process, we would talk about the neighborhood and things and different concerns and make sure that it's a fit for them.
But would you let them know about the noise issues?
Absolutely.
Okay. Right. Thank you for that.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Bizo. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, thank you very much for coming today. I really appreciate the fact developers are taking interest in the city and wanting to build and do that investment. You're changing the plans to go up in density. I get it. It's a matter of margins. The more you put on there, you can get more margins from it. But what is preventing you from actually doing it right now, not looking at the margins aspect, but going through this whole process and talking to administration to get the bylaws rezoned and then coming through this whole process here, and a lot of additional costs instead of just going into a building phase? So what's the motivation of doing all this extra work to start this project versus just starting it with the existing zoning instead of getting the whole area rezoned?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of the properties that I do own are in existing neighborhoods. I believe in infill projects and development. I think that it's essential in keeping the communities thriving and bringing that, new economic growth into the cities, into the neighborhoods, pardon me. And as I mentioned, I feel that it's the best fit for the neighborhood. I plan to build this and manage it and hold it long term. So what I want to see is I want it to fit with the neighborhood. I want the residents that are going to live in the building to be happy and satisfied. I want them to have on-site parking. All the things that I feel is important to the project. That's why I decided that I wanted to go this direction as opposed to just building.
So you just wanted to go this direction for the intensification of the area, or you just wanted to get more margins?
No, neither. So if I was to go with the current property as it sits now and go for in order to make it feasible for me, I would have to subdivide it into 4 separate lots, which is possible through administrative channels and not going through council or holding an open house or consulting with the community, as I mentioned. But in doing that, in order to get those buildings on that side of the parcel of property, there would be no room for on-site parking. So the on-site parking was a large driver as to why I wanted to lay this development out in the way that I've chosen to do so and I'm proposing here today.
Okay. What about like a lower style density, a kind of garden style bungalow type, low rise versus kind of not a low rise, but a bungalow versus kind of the low rise, what you're projecting?
That's definitely a fit, and I do have properties like that, but in this current parcel of land, that doesn't make sense for the project, so that's why I chose not to do that. I don't want to build a single-family residence or a duplex on this parcel of land.
Mm-hmm. And then what about this kind of development somewhere else in the city, somewhere, in, I'm going to say the heritage neighborhood? Would you look at something like that, like this kind of development? If if this was kind of going to cause that much of an issue, why wouldn't you look at like the heritage neighborhood to do a few lots and infills there? Because this isn't an infill, this is green space.
Well, it's a undeveloped lot, so I'd consider it a infill. It's not necessarily a green space, it's not a park, it's an undeveloped residential lot is what it is. The reason that I've chosen this one and not other ones in the city is kind of based on supply and demand. There's not a lot of available parcels of land that allow for this size of development, which I'm trying to achieve, and that's the reason that I chose this one on Queen Street.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Radins.
Here. I think you've answered a lot of my questions, though I want to go back to the consultation piece and public engagement. You indicated that there was a lot of people that showed up to the consultation?
Yeah,
Public
it was a steady flow of people throughout the evening.
I'm sorry?
It was a steady flow of people throughout the evening, quite a few residents,
Okay,
yes.
so you don't have a number of how many people showed up?
I don't have it personally, but everyone did sign in, so the city has that information.
Okay. And so you also said that they extended that public engagement piece for an additional 9 weeks?
Correct. The comment period was left open online, so residents could share comments and voice, support or concern over those 9 weeks.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the consultation with public, do you feel comfortable with the results of that consultation and how it went?
I feel comfortable that I took the time to go and listen to the community and hear what their concerns were, what their support was, and then try to evaluate the development to fit their needs and to see that we made it the best fit for both them and I.
Okay, well, thank you. And so from your understanding that all aspects of the discretionary use was addressed and that the current bylaws allows you the ability to build the proposed dwelling that's on the table currently. Am I making it clear? Not clear?
Maybe repeat that, please.
Okay, so let me see if I can reframe it myself here. So the proposed dwelling that's on the table currently, the bylaws, the current bylaws allows you to build the current, the dwellings that you're proposing. I mean, I think it's an obvious answer. It's yes, right? So,
Okay.
So in terms of the bylaws that are in place.
Yeah, the bylaws that are in place would allow me to build 16 units on that property with a subdivision. However, the discretionary use is to put the 6 units into one building and have 3 buildings.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Councillor Turnbull?
Oh.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And for your thoughtful designer consultation. I'm just wondering, how delayed has your project been in your timeline? Like, in your initial timeline, how delayed are you?
I was hoping to start construction last year, so I submitted the original application in March.
Okay.
And we were to have the open house and sit through council and hopefully have a decision this past summer, so it's substantially.
So
dragged out.
currently you're about a year behind,
Maybe not quite a year, but yeah, close to a year,
okay.
6 to 8 months.
So you're 6 to 8 months behind, and how expensive and risky is delays to your business?
There's a lot of risk with it and a lot of costs that I've absorbed to this point that I'm just waiting for clarity so I can move forward.
Okay, and has the cost of building and inflation and stuff increased in the meantime, making this even more expensive for you?
I would say, yeah, without exact figures, but I would say yes, it has. We've seen inflation and just the rising construction costs.
Okay, and so with that, do you feel there's lots of risk and time delay based on our consideration of this zoning?
I do.
Yeah. And what would be do you feel it'd be acceptable for us to wait a little bit longer to read another report and delay you further, or how do you advise on that?
I don't think that it's acceptable to wait any longer. As I mentioned, I submitted the application back in March. I've, followed all the proper channels that the city requires in a submission like this. I've gone above and beyond to hold public consultations and attend council meetings, so I'm just looking for some closure today.
And so with this current design that you have here, it meets the current policies. So if we were to not approve it, how would that affect you and your business if you had to start all over again? Would you have to rehire architects, designers, and even resell? How would this affect you?
It would affect me. I'd take a loss on all the costs submitted, or that I've incurred to this point. The application was approved by the Regina Planning Commission as the building sits. I think from what I've understood from my time at council, the last number of meetings and today, that the largest focus is on the economics of the airport and how this development's going to affect the airport in a negative way. I think that I've clearly laid out today how that's not the case, and I don't think that that's a reasonable argument. So I would appreciate that, you know, the development gets looked at as submitted.
And so how would that, to ask you the same question, how does it affect your economics and how it affects your business this way?
I would take a loss.
Okay.
I've lost already just with the duration that we've had to wait for a decision.
With following all the rules?
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time. And I'll pass it to the next person.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in here. I had one question for you. From the community engagement, did you make any adjustments after the community engagement at all?
We did, yes. So one of the concerns was the height, so I brought that height down to both appease the community and the airport. And then there is some feedback just on the aesthetics of the building. The drawings that I showed at the open house was a conceptual, essentially a two-dimensional drawing. So I've taken that away, and we've engaged further design, I guess, to make that facade more aesthetically pleasing and fit better with the community at a higher cost to the development.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any further questions, so thank you for coming today, and you can head back to the gallery.
Thank you.
Okay, we have communications on motion MN 25-1. So I'm just gonna, this is a receive and file, so can I have a motion to receive and file the following communications? CP 25-7, Faza Latun Nisa from Regina, and CP 25-8, Mohammed Tawfiq UI Kander from Regina. Can I get a motion to receive and file those? Thank you, Councillor Burton, and a seconder. Somebody, anybody? Oh, Councillor Flores, thank you. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And that is carried. Okay. Before I go into the consideration, I'm actually going to ask, for the benefit of the new, because we have so many new councillors, I'm going to ask City Manager Nikki Anderson just to please give us just a little bit of background from administration's perspective on this particular motion, if you don't mind.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. First of all, a thank you to everyone that spoke. I think you did get a comprehensive understanding from different stakeholders' perspective. That's exactly what you need to make the decision before you. I would say that I cannot overstate the value of our airport and the great strides that it has made under James's leadership. However, as city manager, I strongly oppose the airport trying to impede residential development in residential neighborhoods that are not in the airport protected zones. Just like the airport needs to think about growth, so does the city. I definitely cannot match James's charisma, but I will ask you to challenge the conclusions being made by the airport. Administration is asking council for two things. The first is the most important. Make a decision today, please. The applicant has been waiting for nearly a year, and at the very least, please give the applicant peace of mind. And I would say also keep in mind that your decision has to be based on rules, processes, bylaws that are in front of you today, not what might come forward next week, next month, or next year. The second ask is we recommend approving the application for a 3-story, 18-unit residential building to be built in a neighborhood where future residents would benefit from it. To be clear, the applicant is asking to build residential units in an area that is residential, and he's asking you to allow 2 more units than what is allowed. And as I've sat here with this group of councillors, one of the biggest worries is about parking. He's giving up significant space to make sure that there's parking. Second reason that we support it is that we do need to support density. We know it increases our overall tax base. It can have negative impacts on the environment, and in many cases, it adds affordability to the housing purchase and rental market. So Regina currently has a rental vacancy rate of only 2.7%, which is almost the lowest it's been in 13 years, and it's below the recommended minimum rental unit rate. We need rental units in Regina. We also want to encourage infill options, and I do also consider this infill within our existing neighborhoods, because not only does it increase your overall taxes, you don't have to invest in expensive infrastructure. So your pipes and stuff are all there. So that's another reason why we love infill. So as city manager, I do not believe that the application in front of you hampers the airport's ability to continue to be excellent now and into the future. And I actually think it's a really great project for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have to do a couple, I see people lighting up on my screen here, but we got to do a couple steps first, so just hang tight. Because first we're going to consider motion MN 25-1. So there will be a chance to ask questions, just to be clear. We'll now consider motion MN 25-1, reconsideration of previous council decision on CR 24-108 zoning bylaw amendment, official community plan amendment, and discretionary use for 4125 and 4129 Queen Street. So first I will ask, so I'm just going to ask Councillor Zakiniak to just move the motion as presented. So we don't need a full explanation. We'll just to move the motion.
She'll get a chance.
Yeah. So you get a chance to speak to it in 1 second. So you're good to move the motion?
Okay, sorry, to clarify, sure, yes, I'll move it, and then I get a chance to speak,
Yes.
but not quite this moment.
Not quite this exact moment, yes. Yeah,
Sure.
you got it. Okay, and I'll get a seconder to move it. Councillor Radens, thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask the city clerk, Jim Nickel, to please help us navigate this.
Thank you, Mayor. Council is now moving into a reconsideration motion, which we typically don't have too many of. They can appear very confusing at times, and this might be one of those that's exceeding expectations in that regard. So what you're being asked to do through the motion put forward by Councillor Zakiniak is to reconsider the original decision that Council took at its meeting on October 9th to table this report. To remind everyone, that motion asked for the recommendation and report that came from Planning Commission to be tabled until such time that there was a supplemental report that would contain results of discussions with the Airport Authority and CMHC on the Housing Accelerator Fund as it related to nose exposure forecast, et cetera, et cetera. So this has potentially 3 steps for you. If you want to reconsider this original tabling motion, then after you have your questions to admin, you would vote yes. If you want to leave the report as is, in other words, to leave this tabled until such time as that report is made public later this year, then you would vote no. So I can continue on and confuse you more, or we can leave it at step 1 and you can start the debate on whether you wish to reconsider. Because if you wish to reconsider through a yes vote, we will then get to a next step. So I look to members. I can keep going and explain the whole story to you, or if you've got enough to work on, I can stop.
Does that make sense to everybody? Or do you want Jim to explain anything further?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll just remind you, if you want to look again and reconsider Council's earlier decision to table this motion, you will vote yes after your initial debate. And if you're comfortable with leaving this to be tabled, as you've heard, that would be the desire of all the delegations with respect, with the exception of the developer, then you would vote no. So, if you vote yes, here's where it's going to get complicated. If you vote yes to reconsider the motion, in other words, if you want this tabling item removed, or this tabling motion removed, and to proceed to a vote on a new motion, this second time you have to vote no. The deputy clerk will be putting that original tabled motion on the screen, and if you don't want this tabled any further, you vote no. If you want to retain that decision from October 9th, you vote yes. I appreciate it's a convoluted two-step process, and they kind of switch in your mind which way you're voting, but we will help you through this. I know you're more confused. So again, if you want to reconsider this and take this tabling motion off, you first vote yes, and then the second round you would vote no. And if you want to leave this tabling report as is, with a future report to come sometime later, you initially would vote no. And we won't be able to proceed to the next step until you have that first vote. So this would be the chance to now state your support of the motion that Councillor Zakidny has made and will speak to, and then we'll take the first vote.
So I think, thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, it's good. I think what I'll maybe ask is, when we get to the part of the vote, I'll probably ask you to just one more time go through that. Okay. So yeah, I'll go to Councillor Zakidniak as the mover to speak to the motion.
Thanks. I'm going to actually use a little bit of my time to clarify this a bit further. Mr. Nicol, can you just clarify? I understand how this works, but I just want further clarification that if we actually get to the point where we are not tabling the report and making a decision on it, yes or no, there will also be the time for councillors to ask questions and debate or add their statements, correct?
Through the mayor, Councillor Zakidniak, you're right. If after a second series of votes that the decision is made to no longer table this, then we have to bring something forward for you to discuss and decide on. And I believe, as you have already commented in your comments to some of the delegations, that may well be the original recommendation that came from Planning Commission. That would be the most straightforward approach.
Right. Okay, so in case this helps council, all we need to focus on right now is whether or not we wish to reconsider the decision to table this. And so your opinion may be, yes, I want to reconsider, which is obviously my opinion, or your opinion may be no, that you don't. And so that's all we need to focus on right now. Can administration, within my motion here to reconsider this, I guess what I just want to clarify, because this has been a bit confusing for me as well. I was part of council last term, and I did vote to table this at the time. What the new information that I've received is, and in hindsight, of course, this makes sense. It is council's responsibility to make decisions based on the current bylaws and policies that we have in place, not on a potential change of policy at some time in the future. So this is why I'm bringing forward this reconsideration and suggesting that we just make a decision today, one way or the other. And so can administration clarify why is it important for us to make policy decisions based on our current bylaws?
Who would like to speak to that one? Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Yeah, through the mayor, I will give a short answer. I would say if you want a legal answer, that is an in-private conversation. And so if you would like legal counsel to answer that, somebody would have to move to go in private.
Councillor Zakiniak, any preference?
I will want both, but we're going to start with, if you have your short answer, Ms. Anderson, I'd love to hear it.
Through the mayor, I think it's important to be making decisions based on policies and rules in front of you, because that's your entire governance structure. That's why you have them. And I think that any time you push decisions almost a year down the road, in case something else happens, you're not really using policies, processes, bylaws as they're intended to be used. And so I think that would be my short answer. Like, the entire decision-making matrix that you have should be based on strategies, policies, bylaws, and so according to the current zoning bylaws, the applicant would be allowed to have 16 units.
Okay. So I am going to ask shortly for us to go in camera, but prior to that, you know, folks were noting, okay, the report's coming back in Q1. It's my experience that, you know, despite administration's best efforts, sometimes they're not able to actually, like, sometimes there's a delay, you know, sometimes we're not able to achieve a report when was proposed to come forward. So based on what's been said so far, it sounds like a report is imminent. That's not I don't think that's the case. I'm just wondering if administration can clarify if a report is coming, say, at our next council meeting. The report on the airport.
Yeah, through the mayor, it is coming in Q1 as we promised. So I won't give you the exact date yet because we're moving some things around, but I can promise you it is coming in Q1. We're hoping near the end of March, beginning of April.
Okay, end of March, beginning of April. Okay, so that's a way, that still is a couple months away, up to a couple months. Okay, I guess now would be a good time to go in camera in terms of the sort of legal response as to why it is important for us to just make a decision today.
Okay, can I get a seconder to move in Clark? Mr. Councilor Beazle, sir? Yeah, got you. Does anyone opposed? Okay, carried. We'll move to in camera. And we will return. Okay, I think we have quorum here. So just for the record, council went in camera to get confidential legal advice and no decisions were made. And now we are going to take our 15-minute break. So we will recess for 15 minutes. We will be back at 4:36, if my math is right. Good. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna get started. If we can get everybody back to their seats, please. Were they all like this in school? Like, I don't know, I would have had my ears boxed. But okay. Yeah, we're gonna get started. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Councillor Burton has a rogue pen. Okay, okay, before we get going, I'm just gonna jump onto one item just because of timing. I'm going to ask someone to move a motion to table the report CR 24-93, Transportation Master Plan Progress Report. So we're looking to table that to a future date to be determined by the clerk. Councillor Siklees, and seconder, please. Councillor Rasevich, thank you. And I'll ask the question, any opposed? And carried. Okay. So, yeah, so I'll go back to Councillor Zakidniak. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, so I want to go back to this concept that we make decisions based on our existing bylaws and the rules that govern our city at this time. Somebody pointed out to me that if we say, oh, we're not going to decide on this today because we might change the rules in the future, that would be sort of like a police officer pulling someone over and not giving them a ticket for speeding because we might change the speed limits in the future. I thought that was a fair comparison. I also would suggest that I suspect all or most of us already know how we feel about this particular application. I think we know if we support it or not. I can't see any benefit to tabling it to get more information. I think there's plenty of information available for us to make up our minds about this particular application on Queen Street. We have the reports from administration. We've heard from the delegations on both sides of this issue. So should we table it? We'll just have this whole conversation all over again. And I'm personally good to just make a decision today. And I hope that my council colleagues can support me in that so that we can demonstrate that we're able to operate effectively and efficiently as a council, which I'm pretty, like, my understanding is that what we're all committed to doing. That's all I have. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor. So I will we'll check in on questions now from other members. And first I have Councillor Fro. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair, to administration. First, I agree with Councillor Zakidniak. We owe the developer and the community an answer today. I think we have enough information to make that decision. We need to provide certainty that, within our community, that development can occur. And if we choose to listen to the concerns of the airport and residents, then we can certainly do so today. I have two questions to administration. The first is, am I correct to assume that today, if the developer wished to, they could build 16 units on that lot, despite the fact the residents don't want it, but they could, and that development wouldn't require the parking concessions that the developer has currently made? Meaning that if we reject the application today, they could go through a process without council needing to approve and build those 16 units, potentially adding additional sort of parking to the street.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, so current regulations and bylaws would allow the applicant, without coming to council, to build 16 units. So instead of 3 buildings, it would be 4 buildings with 4 units each, and there would be no parking other than street parking, because that 4th building would take up where the parking would be.
Second question is, the report that Mr. Bogas alluded to, that he's working on with administration, which is due in Q1, without prejudging the outcomes of that report, but is it conceivable that that report might have a recommendation, or city might recommend to this council, that in fact there should be no additional residential development within that area? So appreciate Councillor Zakidniak's point, but is there a likelihood or even a possibility that we might be sitting here in several short months suggesting that in fact there will be no more residential development in that area?
Through the mayor, I haven't seen the report, but I would say yes. I mean, it's a consultant report, and one thing that I've learned with the consultant reports is they may have information and recommendations that the stakeholders then talk about a little bit more. I know that one of the things at the airport that James was saying, to do with like NAV Canada, he read a small part about the area may begin as low as NEF 25, and so that's the part you heard. Further on, it says by NEF 35, these effects are very significant. New residential development is therefore not compatible with NEF 30, and so there's definitely some gray area. Like, so NAV is clearly saying new residential development not compatible with NEF 30. And then there's likely could be some gray area. Yeah, okay, well, if it's 25, like what does that mean? So having not seen the report, I absolutely wouldn't, and James has seen the report, and you can hear, like, I mean, he's like, wait for the report, wait for the report. I think my hypothesis might be that there's something in there that would support his stance. But again, I think that part of our ongoing relationship is that the city and the airport are still meeting and talking through information in that report. But
thank you. And just a process question as a new council. So this report will be finished and there'll be recommendations. Is it fair to assume, though, that we still would need to enact or not those recommendations, as in a decision would come to us as to what to do with it? And if so, what would be your estimated timing as to when we might receive those recommendations and make decisions on them?
through the chair, I believe that will be in the report that's coming like end of Q1, and that is actually the purpose of that report. Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Bezo. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, a couple questions just on the, for clarification of the application of the permit and the zoning. Could you walk us through the time frame of when this particular lot was rezoned and when the permit came in?
Thank you, through the chair. The permit came in, I believe, in April of 2024. The lot has been in R1 designation for quite some time. The change that occurred in January of 2024 was the extension of the number of units allowed on all residential lots within the city. And so this property would have been impacted by that decision as well. So there was no rezoning change per se, but there was change to all zoning in January 2024.
Thank you.
Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Hey, thank you. I don't really have any questions, just a few comments that I'd like to say. And so, in terms of this specific project and motion, the Planning Commission originally approved this project, okay? The rules and the bylaws that are currently in place supports the reconsideration for the project to go ahead. And I have heard a lot of crystal ball predictions, and I guess it goes to Councillor Zakidniak's police officers, no ticket analogy. An extensive public engagement and even extended to 9 weeks occurred. And I think the concerns were all addressed. We need to make a decision, and a fair one, based on the rules, the bylaws in place currently. And I also, like Councillor Zakidniak, hope that we will do the fair, right thing for our city, and especially on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other questions on the board. I had one question myself. So January 2024, the extension of units allowed on lots in the city, I guess what was that gap? Like what did that increase from and to?
Yeah, we can help you out with that. In January 2024, there were changes made to residential lots, those within the intensification area, which this property is, would have allowed a single detached dwelling plus a secondary suite, so whether that was in the basement or in the backyard prior to those amendments. And then after the amendments, 4 units. So it went from 2 to 4. And within the Greenfield area, so we're talking about properties within Harbor Landing or the Greens, those are restricted to 2. Those didn't go to 4.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fro?
Sorry, I know I'm delaying the vote. I can only sort of blame it on being new for so long. But through the chair, is there a possibility in short order, you have not seen the report, I'm aware of that, but in your experience, is there a possibility that in short order this council might be faced with a decision where we might be deciding, no, in fact, there will be no more residential development permitted within this area, given the sound implications at all, as in, might we be approving this development and in several short months saying, in fact, actually, there's no more development of this nature allowed in the area, as in, this would be sort of the last one?
Through the mayor, yes, absolutely. And again, it goes to the philosophy of you're making today's decisions based on the information and the rules that are in place. But over time, there are changes to how and where we develop based on a bunch of things. So if you're asking, like, is it possible that we're here today to approve or not approve this one project? And if we were going to say yes, could we say no to other ones in the future if information or rules changed? And I would say you could. The only thing that I'll also mention is densification is also tied to some of our HAF funding, so we'll always also be having conversations around how do we meet our funding obligations for the money that we took from the federal government in ways that make sense for the densification of our city.
And I'm just going to acknowledge, Councillor Fro, my mistake, because you had spoken before. I should have not let you go a second time, but again, new guy things, right? Okay, Councillor Sickley's, you haven't spoke before, so go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. This to me really stinks, and I'm sorry to use that word. Maybe I'm just not understanding, but we take our biggest economic driver, we don't tell him that we're going to make a zoning change. We do that, he's asking us to wait 6 more weeks. Why won't we just wait 6 more weeks? To have a fulsome discussion, including the report that he's talking about. What's the value of this report if we vote on this today? Nothing.
Do you want somebody from admin to respond at all, or no?
You can if
it's up
they
to you.
want to. I just want it on the record that I don't like how I feel about this at all. This does not look good to me.
Okay, I'll just ask if do you want them to respond, or just?
If they want to, it's up to them.
Okay, would you like to respond to that at all, or?
Through the mayor, I think I would just say the report and any motions and any decisions that you make at a future time always have merit. You're here to decide on one project. The report and future decisions may have implications on future projects and future decisions around how we build and don't build our city.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'm going to go to Councillor Zakidniak. I know you have your hand up, but we'll do it in the context of closing the debate.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure I was indicating that I wish to close debate.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so I want to remind folks that this first vote is simply about whether we reconsider the motion to table the report, right? Yes or no, should we reconsider that motion? And so what we've heard from both sides, and I understand that folks have strong views from like the delegations that came to speak with us. We are the ones that have the full picture. So we are the ones who have to weigh all of the facts, all of the information that was given to us, both in this council meeting and in camera, to determine what the best course of action is, considering all perspectives. And in terms of the question of what is the value of the report that hasn't come forward with yet, the value of the report is to guide decisions in relation to development around the entire airport. We are talking about one application. And so, to me, those two things are not closely related. Yes, the report will be considering the entire area, but we should just make a decision about this one application. As noted, I feel like we all know if we support it or don't support it. If you don't support it, vote no. If you do support it, and we'll get into all this after, depending on the outcome of this vote, then you can vote yes. I see it as really straightforward, and I hope we can just give folks some clarity on both sides today by just making a decision. I think that's our job. Thank you.
Okay, as I indicated earlier, I am going to ask City Clerk Jim Nickel to please help us navigate this in the most understandable way possible.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to constrain my directions and advice to step 1 of this process. Step 1 is you are being asked whether you want to consider the original decision that was made in October to table the decision until such time as further information became available. So in short, if you want to reconsider the earlier decision, which we'll get to in a further step, but if you want to reconsider that vote that was taken in October, you vote yes. If you are comfortable with leaving the decision to have the matter tabled until further time, such further time that the information comes, vote no. That result will then dictate step 2, if there is a step 2. So if you want to if you want to look at this matter and make a decision further on about the application, you vote yes. If you want to leave it in its hiatus right now until there is the information forthcoming later in Q1, vote no. That's clear?
So yes, you're saying we can talk about the permit itself today?
Yes, yes.
If you say no, we're going to talk about the permit down.
That's right. Thank you, Councillor Beazle.
Okay. Does everybody feel comfortable with that? Okay. Okay, so with that, thank you. I will now ask the clerk to start the first vote on the reconsideration.
Mayor, can I give you my vote?
1 second, yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Shannon.
In favor.
Thank you.
Mayor Brzezinski, the decision to reconsider this has passed in a vote of 9-1. Those in favor of reconsidering it today are Councillors Bezo, Rashovich, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Siklis, Flores, Fro, Radens, yourself, Mayor. Voting against was Councillor Burton. That now takes us to the second vote. Now, just bear with me. Now this is where you switch it in your mind because we had to affirm a negative. If you want to keep the tabling motion, which Amber is going to put on the screen, which is the original tabling motion from October of 2024, if you want to, again, keep the tabling and make a decision in 6, 8, 10 weeks, this time you vote yes. If you want to consider something else and make a definitive decision today, you vote no, and at that time I'll give you further direction.
Okay, so if we want to make a decision today, vote no.
That's correct.
Everybody good? Okay.
Then you'll ask me, and then...
Okay. So we are going to move to the vote. We already started the vote, so again, if you want to make a decision today, vote no. And Councillor Zakidniak, can you relay your vote, please?
I'm opposed. So I vote no.
Yes.
I did not vote in favor.
Yeah, we got it. We know what happened. It's okay.
Thank you. For that clarification, the tabling motion originally passed on October 9th has been defeated. So now we potentially go to step 3, and this is where a member of council will move a new distinct motion, or it may be the same one that came from Planning Commission in October. So Mayor, I turn it back over to you.
Okay. Okay, so we'll now require a new motion to be moved on the floor. So I'm assuming Councillor Zakiniak, you have a motion ready?
I do, yes.
Okay, so Councillor Zakiniak will move a motion that, yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
I believe so. Just to confirm with her this.
okay. And just to be clear, you're moving the original recommendation from Planning Commission?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, and can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Radens? Okay, and then we'll let you open debate. Councillor Zakiniak.
Okay. I guess for the sake of clarity, my motion is to approve the application from the applicant. As noted, that is what was recommended by Planning Commission. And so just also for the sake of clarity, I'd like administration to briefly go over what is, there's been some confusion in relation to the greater airport area and what we're actually voting on. So if administration could clarify very briefly, what is the proposal that we're voting on today?
Who would like to speak to that? Ms. Bryden, or?
Thank you, through the chair. So the application before you is for a 3-building development that would include 18 units with on-site parking and a green space included for the development. It's a very high level, but that's what it is.
Yeah, thank you. And as noted, so it's 18, what's being proposed is 18 units. The applicant did have the opportunity, does have the opportunity to build 16 units with street parking if they wanted to without having to go through all of this. They didn't have to come to us. They are building 2 more units, but adding on-site parking to try to, in an attempt to respond to communities' concerns. Correct?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, the applicant could have proceeded with a development of 16 units. In the consultation, there was concerns heard by community, and they did make some adjustments to their development based on that. But the proposal that was provided to community was the 18-unit proposal. I don't want to create confusion over that. So I hope I didn't just add confusion.
Okay. Well, also, you said we also heard that the applicant lowered the building height also in response to community consultation. Is that accurate?
That would be correct.
And also that so I'm just looking at my notes here, public engagement was open for 9 weeks longer than standard process. An open house, them holding an open house is not standard process, that's optional. Those are 2 other optional components that the applicant took on in response to be able to hear feedback from the community.
That's correct.
That's correct. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, and then also, I guess, if administration, I'm looking at the community contact and feedback summary, which is Appendix B. I wonder if administration could give some feedback to, so when administration does these community consultations, so whether it's just us mailing out notice of a proposed application or the community consultation, but the feedback, the public will raise some concerns and administration will respond. So in Appendix B, I think I said, that's where administration has responded to some of the concerns. Administration, can you respond to, so one of the concerns was traffic, congestion, and safety. And so administration had a response about why a traffic impact assessment is not required. Can you just tell us why? Go over that?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So the subject property fronts Queen Street, which is quite a wide street, and it is built to, it's called a minor collector standard, and it can handle up to 5,000 vehicles per day. Currently, the number of traffic or number of vehicles per day is approximately 2,000 on that particular street.
Okay, thank you. And we heard in relation to parking concerns that the applicant has gotten, instead of building 4 buildings, they're doing 3 buildings and then adding parking on site. Form and massing, the response from administration, I'm reading this directly from the appendix, is the discretionary use application conforms with the development standards of the proposed zoning. Community character, crime and safety, like all of the concerns, I'll let you look at it yourselves if you wish, council, have all been addressed by administration, and this is what administration's job is to assess the concerns and provide their response. Obviously, it's up to us to make our decision, but Planning Commission reviews these responses as well, and administration's job is to be an objective, try and give us objective feedback about what is the response to these concerns, and they provided a response to all of them. I will note that this is a lot for sale. It's noted, what could happen with or without coming to us. We don't get to decide necessarily what happens on this lot. Someone could develop on it in exactly the way that this applicant could have, and created a whole bunch of on-street parking, just left it for parking on street. Instead, we do have the opportunity to agree to something that does meet the needs, lots of attempts that have been made to meet the concerns of the community. So, I don't see, we've also heard that
You got about 15
there
seconds left, Councillor.
have been 70 noise complaints in 10 years. That's 7 noise complaints a year. That's very small. 70 sounds big, but when you think that it's 7 a year, that's really not a lot. I'll have more. I'll stop for now.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking, so I'll open it up for any other questions anybody might have. I know we've talked lots about it, so I'm not sure if there is any. I don't see any lighting up here, so so if not, I see none, so I will go back to Councillor Zakitniak with exactly 3 minutes or less to close.
Perfect. So this one application, regardless, it's not going to change anything in the larger scheme of the airport's development and growth aspiration. We are talking about 18 additional units in a neighborhood of thousands of people, 3 stories high. This is unnoticeable in the scheme of of these growth concerns from the airport. We've also heard, and this is over a kilometer from the airport across the Louvain. And the CMHC, the Housing Corporation, I can't remember what CMHC actually, the acronym right now, does not, this is who we've received our Housing Accelerator Fund money from. And so far, we've received really positive feedback from how we've been endeavoring to implement our Housing Accelerator changes. This goes against what's been discussed with them, what is recommended by them. I've heard this would be problematic. I believe it would be problematic. I believe this will set a negative precedent. And unfortunately, it is the case that when we have new development proposed in neighborhoods, I understand that folks buy in a neighborhood hoping it'll stay the same. That's not how life works. And I understand that it creates fear and confusion for folks. I've not actually seen a reality where these fears come to fruition. I think we need to embrace change, and I think this developer has honestly tried to do so in a way that meets the needs of the neighborhood and responds to community concerns. I really hope that we can support this proposal. I think it is a good one. I don't think we're going to get a better one for this particular development. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to be voting on the original recommendation from the RPC from October. So a vote of yes will approve the development going forward. Is that clear? Everybody's clear on that? A vote of yes approves. If you are not in support, a vote of no would stop that. Everybody's good? Okay. Okay, so that being said, I will ask the clerk to start the vote. And Councillor Zakidniak, we'll get your vote.
Just to clarify, yours, I moved the motion to approve the application, so I'm voting in favor. That matches. Your last comment confused me a bit. Okay, I'm in favor. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it.
Mayor Brzezinski, the motion in concurrence from the recommendation from Planning Commission has received 5 votes in favor, 5 votes against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Turnbull, Zakidniak, Flores, Radens, and yourself, Mayor Brzezinski. Voting against were Councillors Burton, Bezo, Rasovich, Siklis, and Fro. A tied vote is deemed to have been lost, so the original recommendation from Planning Commission has been defeated.
Okay, thank you.
Now, just give us 2 seconds to figure out what.
Okay, so just as a cleanup on that, I'm going to ask for a mover to remove the bylaw. So to remove the bylaw number 2025-8 from the agenda. So I just need a mover for that. Councillor Siklis, and a seconder. Councillor Burton, thank you. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, so we are going to move on to delegations for MN 25-2. So I'd like to call upon Delegation D 25-16, Roberta Engel and Jamie Bolt. You can come on up to the delegation table. Thank you for your patience. Once you get seated, I'll get you to introduce yourselves for the record, the organization you're representing, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions council may have. So go ahead whenever you are settled and ready.
Hi, I'm Jamie Bolts. I'm from Regina and representing Real.
Good evening, everyone. Robert Engel, Acting President and CEO for Real, living here in Regina.
All right. We're going to be pretty brief, folks. Thanks for having us here today, and we wanted to take this opportunity and on behalf of the Real Board to say that this newly appointed board is in agreement with Council and moreover the citizens of Regina that all viable options regarding the future of Real need to be explored. This is what we believe that we were tasked to do and are committed to bringing forward any recommendations for the most financially responsible and sustainable options for Real. We appreciate the 18-month runway as time is required to explore all options so that an informed decision can be made. We look forward to working with Council and administration as we dig in the coming months. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And so I'll look to see if any of my colleagues have any questions. I see no questions. Okay, very good. I guess I'll ask one question just quickly since you're here. You said the runway, I guess in your perspective, 18 months, is that a good starting point for us to go with?
Absolutely, yeah, we appreciate that 18 months for us to be able to explore the options.
Perfect, okay. Okay, thank you. You guys can go ahead and take back to the gallery, thanks. Okay, so we'll move on to considering motion MN 25-2, Real Governance and Management Changes and Financial Oversight, and I will ask Councillor Fro to please introduce the motion.
Yeah, thank you very much through you, Chair. I think to start off, it's important to note that Real remains one of our most important civic assets. We can't simply understate how critical it is to have a community hub that welcomes over 3 million visitors annually. And by most measures, it remains one of the most important and best sport, culture, and event complexes in the country. We all have great memories and experiences at Real. As we know, it has existed historically as an independent municipal corporation. For most of its history, this structure has served our community very well. It is my view that the pandemic was not the cause of the current situation at Real, but rather a symptom of a challenging business model and a corporation, frankly, that's relied on multiple councils for capital investments, and one, of course, which is experiencing a changing business environment. This motion isn't about relitigating the past, but my colleagues and I can't, in good faith or conscience, ignore the challenge, in particular, the rising, escalating financial requests. Money is tight at the household level in Regina. And to be clear, as we know, it wasn't too long ago when Real was asking $400,000 from this council and taxpayers, and today we expect that ask to exceed $12 million. So what do we know? We know that MMP has outlined that Real's operations center had a negative EBITDA of over $18 million. We know Real has significant debt and unfunded capital investment requirements. And we know that Real will need to increase revenues by 30 to 40%, all while trying to reduce fixed labor costs by 30 to 40%. That is no small challenge. To be frank, there's no short or medium-term roadmap that provides a definitive picture of financial sustainability for Real. Thankfully, we also know that Real has an exceptional new volunteer board of directors, and they really are. They deserve our thanks for the incredible work they've undertaken to stabilize the organization and embark on a new strategic path. I wish them luck and I offer my support. It's my hope that they can identify a new path that creates efficiencies, increases revenue, manages Real assets judiciously, and provides an exceptional visitor experience. So we'll support that work optimistically, but also undertake our own. This council's fiduciary obligation, and one we heard very loudly during the election, was to find a path towards certainty for Real. So this motion before us will ask council and administration within 18 months, but hopefully before, to come back with a decision on the future of Real. And that includes its potential dissolution, with the city taking over its assets and operational responsibility, hybrid models, or if we determine the board has identified a tenable position forward, we will need to provide long-term support and certainty required to rebuild public trust and rebuild the organization. My hope is that the result will be clarity, certainty, and a fresh start. I just want to finish by, in the rare event that any of the frontline staff, which make up 71% of Real, might be listening, the custodians, Zamboni drivers, security, frankly the entire team, I know this review can cause some anxiety. I want to acknowledge this, and I also want to apologize for any stress it might be causing you. Whether Real exists as a municipal corporation or within the city of Regina, we'll need your expertise, ideas, to ensure that we can offer residents an exceptional visitor experience. And of course, it's often those closest operations that have the best insight in how to create efficiencies, increase revenue, and make Real a great place. I have an expectation that the city and the Real Board will partner with you. Before I close, I do have one amendment, which I'll need to read out to the original motion.
Councillor Fro, 1 sec. Yeah.
I will move my motion with the following amendment.
Okay, so yes, go ahead and
Thank you.
move it with, yeah.
I'm going to move my motion with the following amendment, and this amendment came in through discussions with the Real Board that has been excellent and collaborative, and the amendment is meant to show that it is in fact the Real Board that will develop the strategic plan for Real if we choose to adopt it. It is also an amendment to change the UMA to allow us to do some things. So it will be as such. And it will be directed on the screen there in front of you. Number 4 will now read as, approve amendments to the unanimous members agreement dated June 26, 2024 as follows. Increase the number of non-voting council delegates to the Real Board of Directors from 3 to 4, with one of these positions to be filled by the mayor. And increase the frequency of the reporting requirements of Article 6.1 from quarterly to monthly. Number 5, adopt pursuant to Section 1111 of the Non-Profit Corporations Act of 2022, a special resolution of the city as a sole member of Real to direct and approve changes to Real's articles of continuance and general bylaws regarding the number of directors as described in Appendix A. Number 6, approve the appointment of councillors to the Real Board of Directors as a council designate for a term ending December 31st, 2025 or until their successor is appointed. Number 7, direct the Deputy City Manager and Chief Financial Officer of the Real Board of Directors pursuant to Section 9.2 of the UMA to take whatever steps are required to give effect to the amendments in the UMA, the articles and Real's bylaws as outlined in these recommendations. Number 8, instruct and authorize the City Solicitor to make the necessary amendments to the UMA, with these becoming effective at a future date, and to take any steps necessary to file the amendment articles at the Saskatchewan Corporate Registry to bring effect to the changes outlined in these recommendations if the Real Board of Directors does not make the necessary filings. And finally, number 9, authorize the City Clerk to sign the special resolution on behalf of the City, execute the amended UMA for Real after review and approval by the City Solicitor, and, once executed, provide the same to Real's Board of Directors, and execute any other corporate documents that are required by the City to give effect to the changes approved by these recommendations. All those things.
Thank you, Councillor Fro.
Which basically means we're adding an additional seat on the board for another council member. We're changing the UMA to allow us to receive monthly financial statements by business unit. And we're recognizing that it is in fact the responsibility of the Real Board to do this strategic analysis and present a new business model to this council. That is what that means.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Fro. I'll just let the City Clerk make one clarification.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe it's my error, Councillor Fro. In the increasing of the number of non-voting delegates, it should say from 2 to 4, because I believe it was contemplated that there would be an additional member, additional councillor member,
sure,
as well as having the mayor as a standing member. So it should be from 2 to 4.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. So I will ask for a seconder for the motion as presented. Councillor Turnbull, thank you. Okay, and then I'll go to Councillor Fro, if you'd like to speak to the motion at all, any further?
No, I'd just like to say, just finally in closing, thank you again to the Real Board, their volunteers, the community leaders. We appreciate it. You have a lot of work in front of you, and so thank you for that.
Perfect, thank you, Councillor. And then I will go to open up questions, and I see Councillor Zakidniak has a question. Go ahead.
Okay. My first question is, can you clarify, Councillor Fro, you had said I understand the question I had around increasing membership has been addressed because what's proposed is one additional councillor and the mayor. My other clarification question is, you said some of it was that some of the amendments that you're bringing forward to this motion were at the request of the real board. Can you please clarify which ones those are and why?
Yes, I absolutely can. In the original motion, I'll direct you to item number 1C. The original wording of the resolution spoke to seeking sort of financial efficiencies associated with fixed labor reductions and increased revenue and a new strategic roadmap. The new wording in conversations with REAL's board chair is just meant to clarify that it is not the role of city administration or this council to develop the strategic plan of REAL. It is in fact the job of the REAL board of directors. And so if we choose, we will choose largely one of those three options: dissolution, a hybrid model, or REAL will stay as a municipal corporation with a new strategic plan. It's just meant to clarify the work that's already ongoing by the board.
Thank you. So it's just 1C that has changed based on the request from the real board. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, oh boy. So, I mean, I was supportive of this motion. I think I still am, but there's quite a bit here. So I'm going to, once I'm no longer speaking, I will review it one final time to ensure. But if it's just a matter of increasing the amount of councillors, like adding a councillor and mayor, I think that's fair. I think it's hopefully helpful, actually. And increasing reporting mechanisms, also fair and hopefully helpful. And this report, in terms of what are the long-term options for REAL, as we know, MNP has already done some of this work. I think it's a question looming on the minds of Regina residents. So, I mean, my assessment of those components of it, and like I said, I'll comb through it a bit further before we vote, is that these are fair requests and, again, hopefully helpful and meet the needs of what, or demonstrate that we are taking this, all of us, these issues that have been occurring in relation to, you know, the continued finances needed to support REAL. People want to know that everyone's delving in, that we're all taking it seriously, that we're using their tax dollars effectively and efficiently. So I think this is all very reasonable and fair. So once again, I'll review the final wording one more time, but I'm supportive of the measures that I just noted and appreciate this coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no further questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Turnbull, I didn't.
Hey,
Questions or? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Turnbull.
okay.
Yeah.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I think this is just sort of like the beginning of this runway we're all doing together, and I think hopefully with the board here today and us here today, that everyone can see that we're working together and collaboratively. It's a new board and it's a new council, and we are diving into these opportunities. And I think there's a lot of misperceptions about REAL out there, and there's so much that we just haven't shown the public yet, and we're really excited to show, because there's a lot of hidden things that people don't know, like the volleyball that plays, the pickleball, the soccer, and there's so much more to REAL to be shown and shined up and show to people. And I think we all see this together, and REAL board demonstrated that today by coming and standing with us to make this decision together. And it's not just council and the REAL board, it's all of us as a community, and it's everyone coming together to really celebrate this thing that's been in our community for years. It's the exhibition. It's the place I went to on the merry-go-round with myself, and I did as a as I am now. And I think we all have these memories of hot dogs or popcorn or all these things. And we all want to come together to really make it the best it can be. And today, when we make this motion forward, it's really us coming together to say, yeah, there's some issues here, but we're going to work on it, and we're all stepping up as partners, as council, as the real board, and the community, and we're going to put our best foot forward, and we're going to see what we can do with this runway, and we'll all come back with some results from that. And one way or another, something will come out of it, and it's just nice to have a path going forward with milestones, and that's all that everyone wants, is some accountability, some transparency, and some collaboration, and some optimism, and that's really what this should be.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Turnbull. Okay, I see no other questions. Before I go back to Dave, I'm going to move a motion to go in camera because we need to select the board member to be added to Reel. So if somebody wouldn't mind seconding that motion. Councillor Fro, quick on the draw, thank you. Any opposed? Okay, we're going to move in camera here briefly, and we'll be right back. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. In camera, we made a decision that Councillor Fro will address in his closing remarks. And seeing no more questions, I will give it over to Councillor Fro to close debate and indicate the decisions that were made.
Yeah, thank you. Council met in camera. Pleased to report that my colleague Councillor Tisklis is, I butchered that one, George, has stepped up to serve on the Rio board, and appreciate him doing that. Also, just want to note that the city solicitor has advised that March 1st will be the date when those changes will be made to the UMA. I think that's it.
That's it. That's good. Okay, so with that being said, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Councillor Turnbull needs to vote verbally.
Okay. Okay, and I will ask, I'll ask Councillor Turnbull for your vote, please. Oh, you're the second? Oh, you did get in? Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry, I thought you had to vote manually. And then Councillor Zakidniak, can I get your vote, please?
In favor.
Thank you.
Who are you waiting for? She can't vote. She wasn't here when the vote was called. Mayor, the vote has been carried 8-0 with all members, or 9-0 with all members voting in favor, with the exception of Councillor Radens, who was absent when the vote was called.
All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're now going to consider motion MN 25-3, complimentary city facility passes for volunteers, and I will ask Councillor Burton to please introduce his motion.
Oh, we're good? Okay, thank you. So being last here, I'll drag it out. No. Get the evil there for people. So I've been a volunteer for many years. I know many other people have volunteered, but we encountered COVID at one point, and it had a very detrimental effect on volunteering in the city of Regina, and there's been kind of a malaise that's set in. And as the Latin phrase, luctere emergo, we struggle and emerge, and we've come through COVID, and we're trying to work our ways up, but we need to help some of the volunteer communities, some of these community associations, the events that make Regina a vibrant, attractive place. It's fun for all sorts of people, all sorts of interests and enjoyments that they may have. We have the big ticket items, the riders, the pats, and they're real good and everybody enjoys them, but people also like some of the small events. So this motion is about providing a method to have community associations and volunteer groups to be able to say thank you to their volunteers, to attract volunteers, to be able to help come out of that cycle, and also get some people maybe into some of the city facilities, that if a parent gets one, they can take their spouse, take their kids, whatever that they may go to a city facility and get some people using a few more of those like that. So with that, so do I actually read in what I need to there?
No, you're good. It was just the introduction,
Okay.
and then, so if you're good there.
So anyway, basically, I'll just describe what it is it's complimentary passes to city facilities.
Yeah, hold on one sec. I'll get you to, we'll get a seconder, because you read in kind of the introduction, so I'll ask for a seconder for that motion from Councillor Burton. Councillor Crowell, okay. Okay, so then I'll go back to you, Councillor Burton, and then you can speak to the motion specifically.
You betcha.
Yeah.
So the motion itself is just to provide some complimentary city passes to people that organizations can apply to. There are rules in place that we want the cities to establish, so to prevent people from, I'll take 5,000 please, and not have any overconsumption there for that, and determine what's an appropriate level of allocation for a particular group of certain sizes like that, and then just simply promote that within the community, volunteer, and community organization sector.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Burton. So I'll open it up to questions from our colleagues. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Burton, I think that's a fantastic motion that you're presenting. It's kind of a nice thank you to people in the city. Could you clarify if it will be like golf passes or like park pass, or not park passes, like real passes, pool, that kind of stuff?
Through the chair, I had not considered golf passes. I don't know if that's appropriate, since it is, the city golf courses are run by other organizations rather than city employees. So I'm going to guess not, and I see a few nods there, but it would only be city-run facilities, because I believe they contract and then they pay a fixed fee to the city and then they collect any income.
Did Min like to clarify that, provide any feedback? Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Bashinsky. Yes, we would approach this as city-run facilities, such as the Sandra Schmerler and other recreational pools and facilities, and not locations like the real compound or the golf course.
Thank you. Good. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
Thank you. As someone who's volunteer a lot, I appreciate the motion. I also work with a lot of volunteers through my work at Open Door. So I'm just trying to get a sense of how do we determine which volunteers from where, because people volunteer at countless places around Regina. Some do it because it's, they have the time, it's a cause that they feel really close to. Some do it because it's part of helping out their children's teams, so there's kind of like an incentive to it. So do you have any thoughts around determining that? And following that, I also want to get a sense of, there are many people that volunteer who may not necessarily need this. Have you thought about kind of a means testing to how do we determine which, is it every single volunteer, or is it by those volunteers who perhaps may not have the ability to purchase those passes on their own? This is a nice perk in addition to the things that we give them, and then for having given their time to help out.
Absolutely, thank you. Through His Worship Wyszynski. The answer is that's some of the questions that I want the administration to come up with. I would suggest to you that as part of that, to prevent overconsumption, that just because your group meets weekly, you don't get a pass every week. That there might be a guidelines that suggest that once a year you've got some things here, and it's there might be some expectations that you're doing something in the community. It's not just getting together, that you actually go out and go to a nursing home or help run an event or take tickets at the door for something else. That there'd be some guidelines put around that. I would not want to be too restrictive or overly generous, that there's this fine gray zone in the middle where that you would say, look, we're helping people and we need some honor system, and there might be some policing involved if somebody's coming back and how many they got, and I understand the means test. I don't know if I'd want to put that in, because it's one of the things I do want to do is to help people get out and have fun, and going to the pool or going to the field house. Hey, I haven't been there and walked around the track, it's -30. Let's do that. And I do want to encourage people as that little incentive to get going after you get this pass to go and use that. So I'd expect them to come up with some guidelines, but I understand your concerns and thoughts about too much, too little, how much detail do we need, and I'd be looking for the administration to come up with something like that. And if they, in the end, come back and say, look, this is going to be a schmoz, schmozzle, they use the correct word, then I would accept that, absolutely. I'm hoping that they can find some reasonable, criteria to establish to allow them to be distributed.
Okay, thank you. Are you good, Councillor Flores?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, and I'll go to Councillor Rasevich. Go ahead.
Sounds like a good idea. I guess, who manages it? How many do we give out? How often? Like, who's going to, I guess, manage? I don't know if administration can answer that or who, but.
So I'll just maybe clarify quick, if I could, Councillor Burton, just that this is asking administration to say, hey, here's the idea. This is directing them to come back with some suggestions on
Okay.
how to do those things. Is that fair to say, Councillor Burton?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
And, okay. And I guess, is it another hire? I mean, I'm just saying. Is it somebody who's already going to be, who works at the city that can take this project on, or, yeah?
I think that'll be good questions when the
Yes.
report comes back, and
Yeah.
then, because it's a valid question, you can ask to say,
Yeah.
hey, with this recommendation, what does that look like in terms of resourcing? So I think that's a fair
Yeah,
thing for when they come back.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hi, it just says whereas complimentary city facility passes, would we want to maybe do like complimentary or discounted, maybe? Like, maybe there's, I don't know, or would that just be part of the report where you just come back with the different options?
Ms. Anderson.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Through the mayor, I would say, without further direction, we're just looking at free passes. I would just say even like our technology and abilities to start discounting X%, it's just easier to give it for free or not.
I was just, well, I noticed the staff discounted ones and stuff around the city, so I was just wondering, like, if complimentary city facility passes end up being too burdensome financially, operationally, maybe it's passing on the staff discount or something. So would that have to be like a friendly amendment to look into that as well, or is it okay, it would be covered?
Through the chair, I think the motion says complimentary, so it would be an amendment of, and more than friendly, I would say. Not that it's unfriendly, but it is changing it from free
the gist of-
and, or discounted.
So, yeah, if you agree with Councilor Burton, you can accept it because you moved it. If
Right.
you don't, she has to make a formal amendment.
Would,
I was just trying to open the options.
yes, let me think, I don't take too long on this. Would it be acceptable just that they report on if that's feasible, kind of thing like that? Is that going to need to be in the motion, or?
She said it had to be.
Had we? Okay. I'll accept that as a friendly amendment to just investigate if discount is feasible.
Okay, 1 second.
So, thank you, Mayor. So, Councilor Burton, with your approval, what I would suggest is that the line number 1, if the deputy clerk can put it on the screen, would say to provide for potential complimentary and/or discounted city facility passes. So by saying potential, it's not saying it has to be, and then we're including and/or discounted. I think
Yep.
that should capture the essence of what both you and Councillor Turnbull are looking for.
That works.
No, it's for potential complimentary and/or discounted. There, that's it. And then just ask if it means good with that.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Through the chair, I wonder if it would be helpful to add something where you're directing administration to estimate lost revenue. Because I think as you're thinking about this, of course, it's a great idea. We're also in the midst of talking about budget and revenue and expenses. And so as I'm reading through it, I would think you might want to know just potential financial implications.
I think, through you, Mayor, I think I just point you to the preamble, City Manager, where it says "and related implications" at the very beginning of the motion. That should trigger the financial implications. But I think we know where you're coming from. I think as long as you do, that's...
Okay.
Absolutely, and I accept the fact that you could come out in your analysis and say we lose money. I said, I'm suggesting maybe the option is you bring your wife and 2 kids or whatever, and we have some more revenue. I don't know.
Okay. Excellent. Councillor Turnbull, was there anything else, or are you okay? Oh, sorry.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to add the other option in case feasibility.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So with that, I see no further questions. So I'm going to go back to Councillor Burton and see if you have anything final to close with.
Yep.
On your...
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, this isn't to spend money or get it done, it's to just to take a look to see is this possible, what are the implications, and come back with a report, and then we shall find out.
Perfect, thank you. So with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor, the motion passes 9-0 with all members present voting in favor, and Councillor Zakidniak has now stepped away from the meeting.
Thank you very much. Okay, home stretch, folks. So we'll now consider the bylaws. So Councillor Fro, I'll just make sure you're good to go. Excellent. So I will ask Acting Deputy Mayor Fro to do first reading of bylaw number 2025-10, the lead Affordable Access Municipal Property Tax Deferral Program Bylaw 2025. Go ahead, Councillor Fro.
I move, seconded by Councillor Turnbull, the bylaw number 2025-10 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Councillor Rasevich? Mayor, first reading passes 9-0.
Thank you. Acting Deputy Mayor Fro, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Flores, that bylaw number 2025-10 be read a second time.
Thank you. Does any member of council have questions? Okay. Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor, second reading passes in a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. Acting Deputy Mayor Fro, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Roddens, that Council hereby consent to bylaw number 2025 go into a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. And I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Unanimous consent to proceed to third reading at today's meeting has been achieved, Mayor, with all members voting in favor.
Excellent. Acting Deputy Mayor Fro, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Bezos, that bylaw number 2025-10 be read a third time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Third reading is passed 9-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay. As usual, don't all speak up at once. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Sickley's. A seconder, please. Councillor Turnbull. I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.